Good morning and welcome to the December 13th session of the Historic Preservation Board. Today we have we will have a full board. We have a familiar face back with us, John Stewart. Welcome back. So good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Since you've been gone, John, we've tried to keep a tighter order here at the meeting. So I'd like to start off by reading our outline, an outline of our sequence for every applicant. So I'll do this one time at the beginning, and I ask everybody just do their best to stick to it. The staff will call an applicant. They will present the item, describe staff recommendations. At that point, the board might have questions for staff, so we'll take an opportunity to field those questions. And then we'll have the applicant come and make their presentation within a limited time, and we ask that the applicant, after the presentation, please sit back down. The board, at that point, may have questions for the applicant. So we'll take all of those questions all at once. We ask the applicant to take note of those questions, and then come back to the lectern to respond to all of the board questions. At that point, we'll open the public hearing for those here in person and on Zoom. And we'll give the applicant a chance for a rebuttal without reopening their presentation. Then we will have a board member comment one by one, ending with the chair. And from there, we'll take a motion and a vote. So thanks everyone for being here and for your patience. And with that, I'll hand it over to Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I wanted to concur. A big warm welcome back for John Stewart. Very happy to have you here. With that, I will turn it over to City Attorney, Mr. Nick Kalergis, to read the lobbyist registration notice and swear in any members of the public wishing to testify today.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board will be conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Next, I'll read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in any members of the public, members of staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Mr. Chair, just a couple quick announcements. Ms. Weinstein-Berman is absent today, so we will have a board of 6, which is more than sufficient to handle all of the applications. One other announcement. At the end of the month, Mr. Pascal and Ms. Liebman are finishing their terms. 6 years. I can't believe it has gone by so quickly. So I wanted to thank you both tremendously for your service. And I also wanted to let you know that it appears that your seats will not be filled until the February commission meeting. The commission, I believe, is meeting on February 1st.
That's right.
And so you are welcome, and I encourage you to attend the January 10th meeting if available. February, if the commission appoints a member to be in your seat, either of your seats, then you would no longer need to return for the February meeting. However, the commission is not going to make appointments until February 1st, so the January 10th meeting, I would request that if you're available, that you attend that particular meeting. But we can discuss that separately if you would like. But again, just thank you very much, and look forward to working with you in other capacities as well.
Thank you. 6 years.
That's kind of you to say.
At least 12 more.
Very good. And just a quick reminder, when we're on when you're speaking, make sure we get the microphones on. All of the board members. We've had some concerns about some people, especially when they're watching on TV, in terms of hearing all of the board members. And when you're watching it on TV, it is really important that we're on the mic. Okay, with that, we can go to the first application.
Thank you, Debbie. This is HPB 22-0536, 1036th Street. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically,
Excuse me, don't we have to approve the minutes and everything first?
Oh, we can do the minutes. I forgot about that.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we will pause, and then we can make a motion, if anyone so wishes, for the November 8th minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Okay, now back to HPB 220536.
yes, 1036th Street. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. Specifically, the applicant is requesting design modifications to the previously approved project and modifications to the previously approved variances for the required open space and minimum hotel unit size requirements.
Thank you, Jake. Yes, just for all of the board members, some of which may not have been here in February of 2021, that is when the board approved the original certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of all the buildings on the site, including the construction of a new attached addition. The board also approved variances to reduce the required setbacks, reduce the required open space, and to reduce the required minimum hotel size. The board reviewed this modification at the October meeting. That was continued by the board. The board issued comments to the November meeting, and the applicant then requested an additional continuance to today's meeting. This particular property contains a collection of buildings. They were constructed in 1938 and designed by Henry Hohauser and the Mediterranean Revival Art Deco transitional style of architecture. The site contains 3 identical buildings. They are arranged around a center courtyard that fronts onto 6th Street. The applicant is currently proposing the construction of an attached 7-story addition at the rear of the site. The proposed project consists of hotel units, a rooftop pool deck, a dining area, 9 parking spaces, and a restaurant within the courtyard. In order to construct the new addition, the applicant is proposing to totally demolish the center building and reconstruct a portion of that building in a location that's slightly shifted north from the existing location. Since the October meeting, the applicant has revised the plans in response to some concerns issued by the board and by staff. Changes include a greater portion of the front facade of that center building is proposed to be reconstructed. So they are now reconstructing more of that center building than was previously presented. Additionally, the existing decorative metal screens are proposed to be salvaged and reintroduced within the reconstructed facade. Further, the applicant is proposing to salvage additional exterior architectural features to be reintroduced within the new hotel lobby. Additional articulation has been introduced within the design of the primary facade of the addition. Staff does believe that this serves to reduce the perceived mass and impact on the contributing buildings. So we are supportive and appreciative of that change. And lastly, a retail gym space has been introduced along the west side of the ground floor, which effectively screens the parking beyond. Staff is supportive of the modifications, which will, we believe this currently proposed design will achieve a greater level of compatibility with the contributing buildings on the site and the surrounding historic districts. With regard to the variance, there have been no changes proposed for the variance. So really quickly, the applicant received in 2021 a variance to reduce the minimum hotel unit size. They received a variance to reduce 41 of the proposed hotel units to be between 300 and 335 square feet. The code requires that 15% of the units can be between 300 and 335, and it requires 85% to be greater than 335. So the previously approved variance was for the 63% of the hotel units to be less than the 335. It's important to note that all of the hotel units that are proposed are at least 300 square feet. So they are not proposing any undersized units. It's really just the percentage of the units that have to be greater than 335 that they're requesting the variance from. So in general, staff is supportive of the variance. In order to accommodate the revised number of units, the applicant is requesting to reduce that, to increase that percentage of units less than 335 to 81.58%. Staff believes that the variance here, the modification to the variance really, because the variance was already granted, the modification is warranted insofar as to accommodate the new number of units. But we are recommending that the percentage be retained. But we do believe, given the fact that there are 2 remaining contributing buildings that will be fully restored, a 3rd contributing building that will be partially reconstructed, and the retention of the highly significant courtyard plan, do result in practical difficulties for the applicant for the requested modification. So in general, we're supportive of the project, and we are recommending approval subject to the conditions outlined in the draft order attached to the analysis. I am available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Do any of the board members have any questions for staff at this time?
I do. I'd like to. I really, the variance history was a little opaque to me. Can I just see if I understand it correctly? So it sounds like the original variance was for, they had 15, 15% shall be, okay. In order to permit 41 hotel units, which was 63%, is that going up, that are between 300 and 335 square feet? So in the variance analysis, it looks like that's jumped up to 62 hotel units, or 81.58%, that are between 300 and 335 square feet. Now, if you go to the order, the draft order, it says in the new number 5, it says a variance, 15% of the hotel units shall be between 300 and 335 square feet, and 85% shall be 335 square feet, larger than 335 square feet. So it's not quite the same. Can I just assume that everybody's agreed that the 62 hotel units that are less than 335 square feet is the one that staff is recommending, and that's the one that you're approving? That number just doesn't appear in the ordinance, but it seems to be where you landed in the analysis. That's why I was asking.
So the, let me see, we are recommending that the percentage, the 63%, of the total 76 units be allowed to be between 300 and 335.
Okay, so that's the crossed out amount on the variance analysis, correct?
Well, the variance analysis,
As opposed to the
variance
underlined
analysis or
amount.
the condition in the order?
I'm looking. Well, the 63% is crossed out in the variance analysis, but it appears in the ordinance.
Correct, because the applicant is actually requesting, the crossed out language is the modification that's being requested by the applicant, which is the 81 point.
81.58%.
Correct. So that is what the request is.
Okay.
In staff's analysis, while we're supportive of the variance and continue to be, but we just are recommending that the percentage be the same as the previously approved variance.
Got it. Okay.
But the total number of units is increasing, and they're currently proposed. So there will be more units at the 300 to 335, which we're, very
Right.
supportive of.
Okay, so you're not supportive of the staff is not supportive of what the applicants are requesting for the 81.58%, or am I looking at
this
it the wrong
point,
way?
correct. And the standard of review for variances is quite different from the certificate of appropriateness.
Sure.
So we were struggling to find a real hardship or practical difficulty. We're supportive of retaining the previously existing variance that the board approved.
Okay.
The applicant, I'm sure, will present this. It is important to note that none of the units are proposed to be less than 300 square feet,
Correct,
which
yep.
is a sizable unit. These are not substandard hotel units. In many areas within the city and historic districts, this particular project would allow for 200 square foot units. In this particular zoning district, and the fact that it's a ground floor addition and not a rooftop addition, the larger sized units are required. So, it's a difficult one. We don't feel that the 81% is unreasonable at all.
Okay, that's my question. All right, thank you.
So if there's no more questions from me, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I believe we have a tape, shared tape. Thank you, members of the board. Congratulations, Mr. Stewart, for coming back to the board. And obviously, we're going to miss Commissioner Liebman and Mr. Pascal for all the years of service. Thank you indeed for that. My name is Russell Galbert, and I'm representing the family here before you today who owns the property and wants to develop the property. We're asking for minor renovations to a previously approved application, and we're doing so to make this building more environmentally friendly and more intelligently put together for the community that it sits in. We are currently active throughout the United States, and one of the areas that we spend a lot of time in is historic renovation. We believe in respecting, reflecting, connecting, and protecting our historic past. And we're going to get into that a little bit right now. Some of the images that show you is the Shelbourne, the Gale, many, many, many restorations that have received awards from all of the historic preservation boards, many historic preservation awards, and we've been doing it for a long time. If we go to the next slide, please. It all started with my grandfather coming to Beth Jacob Synagogue, where he, together with Mr. Hohauser, next slide, please, created an incredible community for the people of South Beach. Next slide, please. You're welcome to visit the site today. There is still a plaque from the 1930s. You'll see Mr. Hohauser's name on it. You'll see my grandfather's name on it. Next slide, please. Just want to show you a little bit of the history. Those were the tabernacles that were on that building. My wife and I recently moved back to First Street, went home because that's where I was raised. Next slide, please. This is an interesting slide taken outside the subject site. It's really quite interesting. You'll notice the gentleman all the way to the left. That's me as a crossing guard, exactly 1 block from this site. I attended school till 3rd grade at 6th Street and Jefferson Avenue, wherein we moved to a new school on 2400 Pine Tree Drive. But that is me some 60 years ago, believe it or not. Next slide, please. That's the Shelbourne Hotel that we renovated with the help of this board, and we did an incredible job. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. You should note that all of these hotels that we've done before, the average square unit size is 200 square feet. That is what the majority of hotel units today are. You should also know that all of the new hotels built on Washington Avenue have averaged 200 square feet. 200 square feet. That's all the new product that's been built. One of the premises, the first premises of a variance, is to make sure that no one is denied the rights commonly enjoyed by everyone else in that district. The vast majority of product in this district is 200 feet. This board, historically, has never denied a variance for room size, ever, that I'm aware of. And we're going to get into some of that in a little bit. Next slide, please. The Regent Hotel, another award-winning renovation. Next slide, please. Casablanca, we went in and saved that hotel some 30 years ago. It needs saving again, but that's what happens 30 years on the ocean. But we retrofitted it completely. Next slide, please. To give you a little idea of the breadth of what we do, it's a passion. It's idea. This is 25 Broad, major building in New York that was totally renovated and added on to. Next slide, please. Some of the product that we did in New York, the Paris. Next slide, please. Hollywood Palladium, the most famous music concert hall in the history of America, where Frank Sinatra got his start. Next slide, please. Granville, Los Angeles as well. Next slide, please. Chicago, the Raffaello Hotel. We brought it back to where it started its life some 100 years ago. Next slide, please. Vintners in London, the most famous historical building where a portion of it is 450 years old, and nothing has changed in that building. Next slide, please. So here's a slide that shows you other approved projects from this board, which were really quite incredible. Historically, what they did was they took down completely the back half of buildings and added on a third building. One is located at 1745 James Avenue, and the other one is located in South Beach as well. Absolute connection. We have saved the two towers. We did not connect directly out of respect for some of the comments that we got from this board. So we did better than that. Both of these projects received variances for 200 square foot units. We did not ask for that. We're willing to go with 300 square foot units. Next slide, please. What you saw before gave us the inspiration when we looked at this site to do something holistic and intelligent and smart. The previous person who received all the approvals has never done a historic renovation, never did new construction. We took a look at those plans and bought the property primarily because of the approval that was granted before. But we said to ourselves, how are we going to make this more environmentally friendly and more intelligent for the community that we want to create it for? And that's when we went to town with Jennifer, who has done an outstanding job. Her and Mickey have given me the encouragement to continue to do projects on Miami Beach. And quite candidly, the devotion of so many members of this board and the staff that the city has. No one would do this for economic gain. This has to be done for passion. So when we looked at it, next slide, please. We said to ourselves, how can we do what was done before in those other two projects? And we looked at it, And we've come up with something quite incredible. And it's really to Jennifer's thanks that she was able to create this. Jack Finglass had lunch with me a few weeks ago, and he said it was the most incredible plan to come before this board. And he's quoted as such at this board hearing when it was originally approved, and it only got better since then. Next slide, please. The interior and the exterior are quite unique and quite significant, and Jennifer will talk to those two, and Mickey will talk more as it relates to the variance that's sought. Next slide, please. You can see from the site that it's highly commercial. Behind us is a huge commercial with Burlington Coat Factory and other retailers, and really what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect a residential community from that feel of the high-intensity retail that is surrounding that area. Next slide, please. You will see that the appearance of this hotel does wonders for the appearance of what the street will look like. It also hides the awful facade of the building that is currently there. And it doesn't have a major impact on anybody in our community. Next slide, please. We are saving, and Jennifer will talk more to this, the architectural significant pieces, and we'll play off of them. For those of you who have visited the Gale Hotel, you know how capable we are at doing that. All you have to do is walk through the Gale Hotel, and you will see all the pieces that were saved, renovated, and placed, and provided for with a plaque. It's all there, right beside the mother of historic preservation. Next slide, please. Jennifer, I think we'll call upon Jennifer now, who will tell you a little bit about some of the things, but I will address one thing. Buildings need to be brought into the modern world. It's connecting to the modern world. To connect to the modern world, we have to deal with the environment. The original plan had hotel rooms below flood criteria. Below flood criteria. This building is not asking for a variance in height. We're well within the height. What we did was we took those bedrooms and put them a little bit higher. But in overall height of the building, what we did was instead of having these overhangs where we put the condenser units on the roof, which everybody does on Miami Beach, we pulled the building back and put them on the sides of the building behind a concrete wall so that they will not have an overhang, so that the appearance of this building will not be higher than what it was when it was originally approved. Maybe a foot higher, but not slightly higher only. So we've looked at that, and let me call upon Jennifer now, and I think Mickey wants to say a few words about the variance as well, and I'm here to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, and good morning, Jennifer. Before you start, I see that the clock is running down. We're under a minute. How much additional time would you guys like?
Total 5 max.
5 more minutes?
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to go over the floor plans again. Again, the original project that was approved in 2001, we didn't have any parking. But when Russell came and bought the property, we did decide to raise the ground floor units up and place 9 parking spaces. Now, these buildings don't need much parking, but they do need some parking, just to keep people from double parking along 6th Street while people are trying to drop off. I think that being able to bring a car in off the alley and get the car off the street for a little bit while they unload, I think that that's almost a necessity for this property. The building, the 2 existing buildings are going to be completely renovated. There are existing steel windows that are most likely original. They're the octagon windows. We're proposing to take those octagon windows and bring them inside the lobby and actually use the original steel as part of a light fixture, part of the facade of the lobby, so people can still see them, because we're lucky enough to still have steel windows from the 1930s. We're also keeping the historic courtyard. Next slide. And as you go up, the building does get smaller. This is the 2nd level, has an open space where the lobby is, so it's a double height space. And then the 2 historic buildings are going to be renovated and connect off of the main building with a corridor, and there'll be 4 units per floor in those 2 buildings. Next slide. This is the 3rd level. So this side, on this plan, the building is wider. It goes to the setbacks. And then there's a single loaded corridor on the back with staircases on the rear. Next slide. I don't know if you can see it closely here, but the 2 ends, become a roof deck. In that roof deck, we're able to put all the condenser units for the building. Instead of having them up on the roof, creating more height, we've actually taken them down to this level, and they're concealed within a parapet. Next slide. Typical floor on the upper level. Next slide. And then there's a small roof deck, small pool, for hotel guests. Next slide. And then these are some of the elevations. So what we did was we took a lot of we're using black and white, kind of the motif of a black and white movie. We're bringing back those black and white color motifs on the historic buildings as well. Next slide. Next slide. And then here you can see, this is where I'll stop, but you can see how far back we are set from 6th Street. We're about 50 feet set back in the rear, and you can see the large building, the Fifth and Alton building that's sitting next to us. We are really very skinny. We're about 30 feet wide. Have a small building along 6th Street and pressed all the way, kind of screening the target parking structure.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll be very brief. Before I get into the hardship criteria and the variances, I want to point out two things that weren't fully developed in this discussion. The Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association was objecting to this application in its original form and through last week. We had a wonderful meeting with them at the beginning of last week, and that objection was removed. They were no longer objecting to the application, which I think is significant because it is the perimeter of their neighborhood. And I think with the changes and the understanding of the impact, they're no longer objecting to our request. And I also want to point out that Jennifer and I both worked on this project in its first iteration. We both loved this project. It was really one of my favorite projects for me, and I think for her too, that we brought to this board. It was a shame, while we thought the gentleman that owned it before, who owned it for decades, was going to develop it, it became apparent after approval he was a little bit over his head. So I think the property and the project is blessed that Russell took the interest to take it on, because I know now it's in good hands and it will be developed the way it should be. With that, on the variances, I think Russell touched upon a lot of what I wanted to say, but what's important to note is two of the criteria in the hardship criteria are that, essentially speak to, is this property being given something that is not enjoyed or given to other properties? It's said in a couple different ways, but that's a really important part of this discussion, because for historic properties in Miami Beach, whether you're talking about the Washington Avenue, which is a significant amount of these hotels, or any contributing building that's adding, whether it's a rooftop addition or adding to an existing structure, the board already has, without even granting a variance, the ability to approve 200 square foot units. The vast amount of the hotels in South Beach already have that benefit, because most are within historic districts. There was one example that comes to mind, which is very similar to this, which was the same case where we were preserving historic structures, but also building a new building where one of the buildings previously existed. That's the Santa Barbara Hotel on 20th Street. That the board granted the variance, essentially the same variance that we're asking for in that case. It's, as Debbie pointed out, it's the rare instance where we actually have a ground floor addition and two remaining contributing structures on the site. But because of the contributing structures in the courtyard that we are retaining, there's a very narrow area allowed for the new hotel. And with that area, as Russell and his team have looked at it, there wasn't enough room to make it work. And we need the units that are presented, to have the back of house that we need. We need the parking, which wasn't part of the original program. And the only way to make this really work is to have these additional variances. And again, it's the same variance, additional percentage. None of the units are below 300 square feet, which is significant because in almost all these other areas, they can be 200. So I think that alone justifies the request. We're here to answer any questions you may have and look forward to your discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mickey. Board members, do we have any questions for this applicant? I don't see. Kirk? Yep.
Yeah, I have three questions. One, with regard to the reconstruction of the back building, I believe because the site is contributing that it doesn't matter that two of the buildings are original and one of them is a reconstruction. The site as a whole would remain contributing. Is that correct? That's one question. I don't know if you want me to go through all my questions first. Well, there's three. Second one, I appreciate Jennifer's clarification regarding they're octagon windows, hexagon windows, octagon, hexagon. I'm just curious, having a original features like that. I guess my question is, because obviously you need to protect them from the elements, right? Has it ever been done where there would be a barrier, like another piece of glass put in front of the actual original windows so that they would be protected rather than removed? I'm just curious, since they are original and in place. And then my third question, I just wanted to ask for a little bit of detail because I'm concerned with the reconstruction, and I will say that we couldn't, from my experience, you couldn't ask for a better team than those working on this project, and yet at the same time, I've seen some reconstructions that are less than stellar. And I just wanted to ask for clarification when this project is finished and you're looking at the two remaining buildings that are restored versus the reconstruction, will there be any discernible difference? I mean, in terms of the ironwork, in terms of the finish work, in terms of the craftsmanship, I'm obviously concerned that a reconstruction is not a restoration, and wanted to ask for more assurance of what the end product's gonna be.
And another question over here.
Yes, I have a question. That's right. I just want to say I appreciated the presentation, learning about all the great work that you all have done, and to let you know my grandmother, great-grandma Fanny Sandrowitz, was also a member of the Beth Jacob Synagogue. I really enjoyed that. I have a question about one of the criteria for the variance, which is that the variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. If we previously determined as a board that the variance as approved was the minimum variance that would make possible the reasonable use of this land, why now does the applicant find that the minimum then needs to be shifted and given, needs to be adjusted? And why would they disagree with the staff's determination that we should just keep the same percentage-wise? Because then I guess we're being consistent. We're not changing the variance if there's the same percentages, so we don't have to go through necessarily all the criteria. But if they're looking to increase the percentage, then they got to satisfy each of the criteria, including this one, that the variance that was established before no longer works now.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. And just one last question on my part regarding the AC units, which I think are very cleverly handled up there. I was just going to ask if there's a particular way to access them for maintenance. And I ask just because if not, they may need to be positioned in the roof after all. Anyway, one minor question there. So if the applicant would like to come back and address those, thank you.
I think there's very little for me to address, so I'll be very quick. As to Stuart's question, yes, that was the minimum that applicant thought he needed. He wasn't able to build the project. This is a new applicant, and things have, and Jennifer can speak more to them, but things have changed. Obviously, there's parking added. We've raised it to make it more resilient. So it's changed this a little bit, but please understand, we could have asked for units under 300, and those are very, very common throughout the city and throughout this district. We chose specifically to keep everything at 300 because that's a standard that's already set in the code. It's just a shift in percentages, and we're talking about 10, 15, 20 square feet in some of these. It's nominal. The difference to the guest, to the design is nominal, but the impact on the development and the success of this project is significant. So really, we've struggled with it. We even talked since the last hearing, can we reduce it more? And the impacts to the success of the project are so significant, and we believe the impact to someone seeing these sizes is really negligible at best. If Jennifer wants to speak a little bit more to the resiliency and stuff, that'd be great.
Sure. Also, we're a little bit squeezed between our depth of the units, so it's not really about the width. It's our depth because we're so far set back, and we've already asked for a variance on that on the previous one. So really, that's it. It kind of just worked out that way, math-wise, and laying out the grid of the units. To answer Kirk's question on the reconstruction, we're lucky enough to have 2 buildings there. So while the general contractor's rebuilding, and we've documented these buildings really well. So once they start construction or reconstruction on the building, we have those 2 really to look at. So we're lucky enough to have that. And I do feel that it should look, it won't be exactly like them because it doesn't have a pitched roof, the third piece. But it will, I'm of the belief that it should look almost identical because that is the third piece. So we'll be very careful with that.
And I just want to address one other question you asked. Jennifer very intelligently actually provided access to the 2 rooftops where the air conditionings were through the catwalk. So we do have access. We won't have to put a crane up or anything else. And I just wanted to address one other thing about the variance. This is the minimum variance. And we're really talking about 300 square foot as the smallest unit at this property. We could have gone with 200 square foot units in the rehab of the 2 existing low-rise buildings that we are completely renovating. And there will be a difference. They will look brand new. That's the way we do things. Just go to the Gale today. That renovation was done 10 years ago. It looks brand new today. Go to any of our other projects. So this is the minimum variance that would allow us to build this building and to do this project. And we do it with passion and with love. Thank you.
No, the other 2 questions. I just wanted to actually be kind of educated here with regard to those feature windows. Has it ever been done where there would be a protective panel, like another piece of windproof glass that would go in front of?
We have definitely done that before, and we'll do that here if required. And that's one way that we actually pass hurricane code, because most of these existing windows, when you go and renovate, will not pass hurricane code, and we have done that in the past. I don't know if we're going to do that in this instance or not. Those steel windows are really quite solid, so I don't think we're going to have to do that for hurricane code here, but we would certainly do that if necessary. And they are in good condition.
And I think my other question was for Debbie with regard to the reconstruction, and I think to be more specific, say 20 years down the road somebody wanted to demolish that reconstruction, would it fall under the same criteria being part of a contributing site to require a 5/7 vote, for instance, to demolish that center building once it's a reconstruction?
So currently, any demolition, regardless of their classification, so non-contributing and contributing buildings for demolition, require a 5/7 vote of this board to approve. To your question about will it remain contributing, so we currently, our Historic Properties Database, which is online and available to the public, identifies all 3 of the individual buildings as contributing to the historic district. Once this project is completed, we will update our database to include the information with regard to the new addition. So it will be updated as to, we'll have the 2 whole contributing buildings, the reconstructed portion, which will retain contributing status because they are asking for a reconstruction of it, and then the new building would be classified as non-contributing. But it's important to note that regardless of their classification, it could be not classified. It could be, something that we missed. Any structure in the historic district will require a 5/7 vote of this board for demolition.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your responses. I guess at this point we can open up the public hearing.
Yes.
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose on this application? Okay.
Go ahead, Nancy. Can you put your mic on?
It's the green light. It's on. Oh, no. Yeah.
seen this in a couple of months. So I visited with them, with the group, and it was an interesting time. I thought, first of all, we're going to see a building down there on what street? The 6th Street. And I wondered, what were we going to see? Especially when you looked beyond it to the west, there was a whole bundle of people at the grocery store. I mean, it was the whole block worth of people in the grocery store. I said, how are we making this into a wonderful place? And I got to it. I had to get to it, to the front face of it. And I was so impressed with what it looked like at the time, with no fixing on it or anything. And I couldn't wait till we judged it here. I couldn't believe that anybody would not be interested in it. It is the building is just so, the way it sits and the way it talks to you. And I couldn't wait until I saw what was going to happen today and hope that I'm not fooling myself or trying to fool the people who are doing it. So it was more than a pleasure to go to see what was happening there, and I cannot wait to see. And I certainly hope it's going to move quickly, not like some of them that were still waiting for 10 years from before. I especially loved it because of its size. The many places that I have been to look at what's going on in the city, it seemed to me all we were looking at were tall buildings getting taller and just nothing interesting anymore. So I really love where is she? The two of them. I love what you've done, and I hope you do many, many more, because we are losing properties like this. We're just losing them because they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're growing, or else they're being demolished. So this is a fine start. And even though I won't be on the board anymore, I'm certainly going to watch to see that perhaps we can set a new presence of doing buildings that are interesting, not just tall.
Okay, I think that's it for disclosures.
And no more disclosures, then we can open
No,
it up.
I have a disclosure. I got an email from Daniel Seraldo, MDPL.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing for each of the items that I've seen the MDPL positions that they publish prior to the meeting.
Thank you.
The same, but you also forwarded them, I believe.
Correct. We have that in the record, the MDPL positions for all the applications. Okay. If we're opening up the public hearing, please state your name and were you sworn in?
Yes, I was. Okay, so my name is Daniela Chavarro. I live at 650 West Avenue. This is my neighborhood. This is where I'm raising my child and where I walk every day. I'm asking the committee to approve this project. In my opinion, it is extremely important for this area to be activated and occupied. For years, this street and corner has attracted homeless and drug use and crime. I experience this every day when I walk to Publix to get groceries, when I go to the Fifth Street gym that is behind Target, or when I walk my daughter to school and she gets scared when homeless people are talking to us. While I'm not an expert on this subject, I can tell you what I feel like, and I know this is how a lot of people from this neighborhood feel like. We feel like we're not safe even in broad light. I think we should take action to change this situation and take advantage of this opportunity. We have someone who lives just blocks away and cares deeply about this community, that has experienced firsthand what walking down these streets is, because he walks these same streets every day. And he's looking to move forward with this project that will activate the area. This is what we need. This area has been empty for so many years. We need to refresh it, to refresh our neighborhood and bring business to our community. Create jobs so people don't have to look for other jobs in Miami and eventually move. Thank you for your time, and I ask you to support this project to move along.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers wishes to speak? Or if you are on Zoom, please raise your hand.
Good morning, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. I'm going to reiterate the position of our organization. We met with the applicant back in October, and we appreciate the time that they spent with us, and we also appreciate the effort that's going in to rejuvenate this Henry Hohauser three-building complex. Based upon staff's report in October, we continue to believe that since there was minimal changes to this application since the October meeting and continuance, that we believe it still is incompatible with the surrounding Ocean Beach Historic District and the adjacent Flamingo Park Historic District. Specifically, it's the size and massing of the building. The applicant did this morning mention that he believes it's maybe a foot higher. I did review the plans just now, and it's actually nearly 8 feet, 7 feet, 11 inches higher. So it's not an insignificant amount of height that we believe is the difference there. So we believe that with some refinement of the mass and the scaling of the building, that this could be an important change to the neighborhood and, again, help with the rejuvenation. We would be supportive of this project moving forward with further refinement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have some members on Zoom. Our first speaker on Zoom is Joseph Magazine.
Hi, Joseph. Do you swear the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Magazine. I'm a resident of 650 West Avenue. I'd like to thank you all for your time and dedication to our city, and I'd also like to thank Mr. Breslin for his unbelievable advocacy and championing for the arts and culture GeoBond that was passed by our voters at an unbelievable margin and will transform arts and culture of Miami Beach. For this project, I support it because I also believe this area is in very bad need of activation. I've lived in Miami nearly 10 years, and I believe this site has sat abandoned since I've lived here. It's held back progress for the overall neighborhood. I'll bring to your attention 2 recent items at other committees, one being the Neighborhood and Public Safety Committee just in December, and the area immediately surrounding Publix, which this vacant site borders, has become one of the most challenging and rundown in our city, attracting blight and vagrancy. This is an ongoing item at Neighborhood and is also being referred to the entire commission. Also, at a recent planning board meeting, Baptist Health needed to amend their approved usages for retail at 7th and Alton Road because of the challenge of filling retail space because the area lacks economic drivers. I believe this project will fill that void in the neighborhood. I've been to the Gale, and I'd fall over myself trying to get a similar project in the neighborhood. I'm not a historic preservation expert. I'm a finance and economic guy with a strong passion for urban planning. I'm much more familiar with Henry Paulson than Henry Hohauser. But that economic knowledge does tell me if we allow good to be the enemy of evil in this case, when construction financing is all but dried up, construction costs are up, and economic activity down, there's a real possibility this site sits vacant another 10 years. Regarding room size, I'm generally not in favor of micro units. In fact, I was originally going to call in and question that, but I referenced this proposal on the agenda versus recently approved hotels in the area. I did not find them out of line. In fact, the Good Time Hotel, which I believe was approved by the HPB, has hotel rooms that are 180 square feet. And Moxie, which was also approved, has room size of 200 square feet. Those are both 50% and 35% smaller than this proposal. So again, I thank you all for your consideration and more importantly for your time and passion in serving our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker on Zoom is Mitch Novick.
Hi, Mitch. Do you swear the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mitch Novick. This year marks the 30th anniversary of me being the steward of a Henry Hohauser building just a block away around the corner at 610 Jefferson Avenue. The neighborhood has always been rough around the edges. I do share a concern regarding the number of variances requested, but considering this property is located at the periphery of two zoning districts with buildings and components of buildings that are taller or will currently taller than what's proposed, I could understand the need. Also, the quality of the work the developer, Mr. Galvin, has shown through over many years gives me some level of confidence that this project will be done and be done correctly. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Seth Burrell.
Hi, Seth. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Seth Burrell, 401 69th Street, Miami Beach. I just want to say that I support this use. I support the intelligent historic preservation, and this is a prime example of what can be done within the community when we use the resources available to us from our local residents. Please approve this project, and I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a phone number ending in 1219.
Caller, can you state your name first, please?
Caller, I think you need to unmute yourself, which is star
6.
Star 6.
I think 9 is raise hand.
Star 6.
Hello?
Yes. Hi. Please state your
Hello?
name.
My name is Ryan Veeder. I'm a resident of Miami Beach for about 25 years now.
Hi, Ronnie. Do you
I
swear
lived
that the
at
testimony you'll
1036
give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Ryan Veeder. I'm a resident of Miami Beach for about 25 years now. I lived at 1036 Street for, I don't know, maybe 8, 9, 10 years. I was friendly with the owner, Jose Fernandez, who was a nice guy, but he really did very little to improve the property. I lived there when I was single. I had my wife there. My baby was born there. I was there prior to the Publix going up. I used to have a view of the bay, which was gone. I remember when they built the Target, and all these things definitely are helping the neighborhood. My kid was in school in South Point. I go to that Publix pretty much every other day, and 6th Street definitely needs some improvement. The building that's just east of those buildings also has just been vacant forever. Homeless people were living in there having barbecues. I seen just recently, even last week, people smoking crack a block away near the gas station. This area in 6th Street is probably the last remaining horrible area in Miami Beach. It's just full of people stealing things. I catch guys, they were stealing my bike tires, trying to get into my car, sleeping in the backyard on the property. I planted all kinds of trees. I would maintain the property, take out garbage. The stairs in one of the buildings were falling apart. The building had leaks in the roof. All these things I dealt with being a single person. When I had my family, I could no longer stay in those buildings, although I did like the neighborhood, but it's not a safe area for women. My wife was always having difficulty with people who were drunk on 6th Street. I don't know why there hasn't been more city presence to clean up that area. When you ride your bike or you walk through that street, you can see all the stuff that's going wrong, and it's right there in plain sight. And I think any development to improve the property is really going to help the neighborhood, the residents, how people view Miami Beach. When you first enter Miami Beach from 5th Street, the first place you come is that neighborhood, and you see all these people who were, I understand people are homeless, it's unfortunate, but I don't think the city has done enough to improve that area, and it's kind of like this leftover street. I like that the park has been renovated on West Avenue there. I bring my kid there. It's a great place. I see that people are trying to do things on 6th Street, but I think we need like a big push to kind of get things going in the right direction and clean up the neighborhood for all the residents and for everyone who comes. People go to that Publix, the Target, the Ross. Everyone sees that area. And
Sir,
it's
your
like
3 minutes
really
are up.
Run down. Okay,
Thank you. Our next caller is Bernardo Sandoval.
Good morning, Bernardo. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good morning. My name is Bernardo Sandoval. I'm president of North of 5th Neighborhood Association. I reside at 1035 West Avenue. I've been a Miami Beach resident now for about 12 years. I've been coming to the beach for 43 years, since I was 6 years old. And I remember when the Causeway was a 2-lane road, and driving across, I was always scared that we were going to veer off and head right into a government cut there. So, I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen everything that's been occurring, and I love the beach. I am divorced, but my daughter resides a couple blocks away, and we spend a lot of time at Flamingo Park and the new park on 5th Street. We love it. We really like what this developer in particular has been able to do to activate that area. And I'm in disagreement with Miami Beach Preservation League, and I don't think that it's a big price to pay to give a developer what he needs to make this function for everyone. The fact that they're keeping those 2 buildings in the front with the original facades, I think that's huge. There's no other developer on the planet that I think could do what this developer is intending to do, and to maintain the spirit of the beach. And as I said, I completely disagree with Miami Beach Preservation League's view on this. I don't think it's incongruous to what's going on at Flamingo Park or south of 5th or anywhere else. As a matter of fact, I think that's very odd to me that they would be against something like this, or they want to go back and press the developers. And this is why Miami Beach has a bad reputation, and why we don't have other projects like this going on. And we're very fortunate to have a developer such as this that's willing to take this on. And as the last speaker said, it's very important to activate this for the neighborhood. That is a very unpleasant place to go. My girlfriend, who likes to go to Publix, unfortunately refuses to go to that particular Publix, so she has to go to Sunset Harbor, and it's for the obvious reasons. It's unpleasant. The element there is frankly scary, and I think this hotel activation is going to only improve the area and make it better for everyone. So with that being said, I'll just end my comments there and basically echo what everyone else is saying. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan.
Ryan, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello, I already I was the last speaker. I just was on my computer and my phone.
Okay.
So thank you again very much.
Thank you
for your time.
Our next speaker is Eric Mikeaton.
Eric, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Eric Mickelton. I'm a resident at 1500 Bay Road. This is a beautiful historic preservation project, and it's a huge improvement on the last design. It's going to improve the entire neighborhood overall, and all the residents I've spoken to are very excited about this project. I'm in full support of this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay. Thank you. Should we give the applicant an opportunity for rebuttal?
Sure. Would you care to rebut?
I would say this, is that I met a lot of new friends today on the phone. I had no idea that these people would show up, but I think that they were very relevant in a lot of the comments that they made, and one of them was about economics. We're living in uncharted territory today, and I don't think many projects are going to get done in the next few years. Financing has changed dramatically, and if you don't recognize it, believe me, it's here. But that doesn't apply to people that have historic relationships. It's about the jockey, and we will get this project done. But in order to get it done, we need the variance, because the variance is the minimum variance necessary to make this project happen. I can tell you, action speaks louder than words. Since we took over this property, we have spent significant dollars cleaning it up because it was in bad shape, with properties next door to us that were closed down and boarded up. And whoever spoke, I don't know half the people who spoke today. They didn't speak to me beforehand, but he's right. They were doing barbecues in the adjacent property. The claim of fame for the alleyway there is, I think it's called the Golden Rooster or something of that nature. You know what? That whole area needs to be cleaned up. And that's what we do. We fundamentally change a community. I beg you to give us this opportunity. Approve the variance as requested. It is the minimum variance. We are larger than every other new hotel built in Miami Beach in the last 10 years. We're also larger than all the other renovations. And we have not found a single variance in the past that you have denied. Maybe you can point it out to me, but the two that I shared with you today, both had variances for the size of the units. Both of them did. And both of them toward parts of the existing buildings down. We're saving 2 of those buildings, 2 out of 3. And I will tell you, not to get you upset, this is not Henry Hohauser's greatest work. His greatest works are on Ocean Drive and in other places. This is a terrific project. We'd like to get it done. Please help us today in getting it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. At this point, we'll go on to board member comment. Would someone like to start us off? Sure, Ray.
It was a great presentation, Russell. And for those of you who might not know, I came to Miami Beach in 1994 and discovered the Mantel Plaza, which was a condominium conversion, a hotel condo conversion on 24th Street. And my husband and I bought 2 units there, figuring maybe we'd retire here sometime, and they could rent them for us in between. Today, 30 years later, almost 30 years later, 70% of that building is occupied by full-term tenants or pied-à-terres for other owners. The average size in that building is 270 square feet, and it includes a kitchenette and a bathroom. People grew up in a bedroom, and they're very happy to live in that size space. So to have a hotel room that's even larger, to me, is a great asset, and I think it's really great. And to go along with what MDPL was saying, I believe they were talking about the building being like 7 feet taller, but as it was stated, you're not asking for any height variance. So there is no variance in the height. It fits well into the neighborhood. The Santa Barbara, which is part of the Greystone project, is an excellent example on 20th Street, as you pointed out. I've been through that whole area. It looks really great, and to me, you've presented a great project. If some of the other board members are concerned about your windows, I'll let them talk about that. But for me, thank you.
Okay, I was hoping to go last, but I'll express my comments now. Well, I'm glad to hear that this is, and I also see the same way as the community sees this as an important project. The community sees that, and the community sees this as a well-designed project, well thought out. And this is an application for modifications to a previously approved plan. And from most of the comments, and my sense that there are improvements to the new plan. I agree with it. But I would tend to agree with the staff that the variance, as it was previously issued, should not be modified with regards to the percentage of the number of units that are of a size that the code doesn't permit. And it has nothing to do with my preference, because my feelings are that I agree with everybody's sentiments about the great work done by this developer and what a great addition this would be for the neighborhood. But there's a quasi-judicial board, and we're supposed to apply the law as it's written. And there is a zoning code that says what's permitted and what's not in certain zoning districts. And a variance means that you want to go beyond what the law provides. And there are conditions when you can give a variance. And we already did give a variance with regard to the size of the units. And as the application is before us today, the one thing that I asked about, which was only one of 8 criteria, is regarding the minimum variance that would make the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. The way the code is written, it says the board shall find that. In order to make a finding, you need to have evidence in front of you. You need to have sworn testimony, not statements from counsel, from attorneys. The code itself says that it has to be the minimum variance that will make possible. And the only thing before us is a statement that pretty much reflects, that mirrors what the code states, that this is the minimum variance required. We don't have any evidence in front of us to support modifying the variance that we already gave. We found that as a board, we found previously that they satisfied the criteria for the code in order to grant an exception in LS. So the fact that there are smaller hotel rooms in another zoning district several blocks away, it just doesn't apply. That each case is different, and especially a request for a variance is a case-by-case matter. And there are 8 conditions. I don't see that we have any evidence before us today to support any of those 8 conditions. And certainly if we found before that the minimum number of rooms made this the reasonable use of this land possible, I don't know why our judgment then was not sufficient to hold today.
Thank you. Kirk, do you want to go?
So first off, appreciate your coming, Mr. Galbut, and I appreciate the historical photos. That was nice to see. With regard to this project, I think everybody pretty well, after a couple of times, has a clear sense of where I am with this. I'm really excited to see this selection of buildings reactivated. I think there's a lot of really nice components of this project, particularly, obviously, the two buildings that are going to be restored and reactivated. I'm also, I understand from the time that this previously was brought to us to now, there's the parking component, which, as I see it, adds additional mass, which is a challenge. And having been a resident of the city for some time, I've traveled to this area for meetings or whatever. And, you know, I know we'd love to envision a city where nobody drives and nobody parks and everybody can get where they need to go quickly with public transit. And eventually, I think we're all really hoping we're going to be there. But I've actually driven around in circles in this neighborhood to try to get to a meeting and have left because there's nowhere to park, you know, during peak times. So parking, you know, it's needed. And so it's a challenge. We're also at a crossroads. Mr. Galbert mentioned economically, but also with sea level rise and finalizing or not finalizing, but solidifying a vision to bring our city forward. And with regard to reconstruction of a historic property, a historic structure, I'm putting my confidence in the architect. You know, I think you probably have a lot of pride and should have pride in your reputation and the work you've done and the work you've done, Mr. Galbert. And I think that if we could get to a place where we could say the word reconstruction because it's a viable means forward of protecting historic character and also adapting to not only economic need but also resiliency, if we could have confidence that could be done well, I think it would open new doors for a lot of possibilities, not only in this neighborhood, but other neighborhoods as well, where there's 1- and 2-story buildings that are amazing and no question that they contribute to the historical allure of our city. So I'm really putting my faith and confidence in you to create to contribute to that model. I think you're the right ones to do it. I would say with regard to the actual, there's value to authenticity. I think it's really wonderful that the original rails in the building that's being demolished, the ironwork, is going to be saved and restored within the new structure. I also would say, the windows. It's not only about the windows, but it is about, I think, retaining what you can in terms of authenticity to bring to a reconstruction. I think that's important. I think it helps to mix the old with the new in a compatible way. So with regard to the windows, which I don't believe are operable, if there were the octagon, hexagon, those windows, if they were able to be retained again, I don't think new gear that's manufactured doesn't really necessarily always match what was authentic. And so if it could be retained in place, I think that would for sure be a benefit. And I would ask if the board were supportive of that could be something that we try to do with staff's discretion to retain as much of the historical authentic features to be reintroduced within the reconstruction and the renovated buildings as possible. And I think I've touched on everything. I really appreciate what you're bringing forward in terms of compatibility. Obviously I'm fixated on these 3 Hohauser buildings and wanting to see excellent quality. If there were a means, I understand the need for parking, as I said, of moderating the height. I might look to our 2 valued architects on our board to maybe, if there is an approachable way to do that, or to address the way that the massing is articulated. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm supportive. My confidence in you, and I wish you the best, and thank you for bringing this forward.
And Nancy, did you want to add to your earlier comments, or did you say what you wanted to already?
Thank you. I would like to do that. Okay. I think I was speaking at that time, imagining the future of this building, the buildings. I was so impressed with what they looked like because of what was behind them and around them. And when I went to see them, there were people living there. I couldn't understand why the people left, or was that a mistake? Are there people living there? There are people living there. Okay. That was very confusing because I know when I was there, they were there, but they were not loving it because of the problems. One of the big problems that I saw, across the street to the west, the chaos of the grocery store there. It's nice to have a grocery store nearby, but at the time I was there in the morning, it was like, I was happy that I didn't have to go on that side of the street. And I don't know, it probably has gotten worse, but whatever it was, to look at the building, I think the faster you can get it done, the better. And I'm counting on you, and I know that the rest of the people in this room, and when they see and hear, it is a wonderful building in that area. So thank you for bringing it forward, and we'll help with everything we can do. You know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Mr. Stewart.
Yes, thank you very much. I thank you for this project. I think it has many, many, many wonderful qualities to it, and I wanted to go back to our conversation because with staff, with Debbie, if you'd kind of just entertain this for a moment, because I'd like to resolve the variance question with you as our professional expert, one of them on this topic. And I was looking at the requested variant. The request is to have 81.58% of the units be smaller than 335 square feet, and have a fewer number, just 18%, be larger. And I was looking at the plans, and I think that's the request on the part of the applicant. It's been expressed in different ways in different places, but when I was looking at the plans, I was thinking there was an advantage to this request in this particular site, because it's a corner site and because it has two different kind of axes onto the street. And this, because of the larger number of units, the greater percentage of units will be smaller. It's able to keep the profile of the new building smaller, and also to kind of be in context with the historic buildings, which can only accommodate smaller units because of the nature and their layout. So I was wondering if maybe the staff would, if you would be amenable to kind of thinking about the proposal, instead of pushing back on it, but thinking about it as possibly an advantage to this particular project to create a narrower profile building set back further from the historic buildings, and also kind of in context with the historic buildings, because the unit sizes would be more compatible with one another. Would that kind of bridge this the gap between what staff's proposing and what the applicant's proposing?
So I do think that that's a a good explanation of perhaps why the variances are desirable for the smaller units. I didn't think about the site location as kind of a corner property. I think that's also compelling. And staff is not opposed to the request. So I think that's a good way of looking at it, and I support the board in your decision-making process.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I agree this project is full of great things. I think it aspires to do a lot of good for the neighborhood. And we heard as much from the public. I think the public is eager to have a project like this in this place. And I think that the accommodation for the variance is quite reasonable. With regard to Kirk's concern for the steel windows, I might suggest one of two avenues. One is to keep the original steel window, refurbish it, and insert laminated glass. We've done this in the city of Miami before with success, and the building department has worked with us on historic buildings. And if that's just not possible, there are new steel windows on the market. I think that the tragedy would be to replace them with aluminum tubular windows, which I think nobody wants to do. So I don't know, Kirk, you were talking about maybe adding something to a condition to the approval. And would say maybe one of those two options. I think either one of those would be viable. Either, refurbish the existing windows with new laminated glass, or replace it with a new steel window, which would retain the characteristics of the thinness of the metal, which I think is part of what you like so much about it. Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, but if I could just clarify. Are we speaking specifically about the octagonal windows? Because I don't think the remaining windows are original. The octagonal windows, okay. And you're right, they do make new steel windows, which are beautiful. I know there's a significant cost difference, but...
The developer was planning that anyway, so we have no issue with the stipulation. We were already going to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay. And so with that, would someone like to make a motion? Nancy.
Are you waiting for me to, or not? This second.
If you would like to make a motion.
Yes, I'm going to make a motion. I just wondered if we had. I know I have to have a second. Right? Okay.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Therefore, I make a motion that we applaud the maker. That's I can't say anything better than that. And for years I didn't talk to you like that. Something has changed. Something has changed. So I make the motion, and I hope I have a second on it. But anything and everything that you saw today, it's so up. It's so up that I can't wait to see the next project that's coming.
Just to be clear, is your motion to approve?
To approve, yes.
Could I second that? And could I just ask if we could clarify the window situation in the order?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Nancy?
the motion is to approve. I would recommend the previously imposed condition 1C1A2 be modified, which the existing condition, again, this is from the previous approved project, required the windows to be replaced with new impact casement windows with the Mutton configuration to match. I would add in there, with the exception of the octagonal windows, which may be retained or replaced with new steel octagonal windows.
And all three structures.
In all three, in the two existing and the one reconstruction.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. She did. She agreed. So let me call the roll.
Can I
Can we
ask for
And this is for the
Can we
certificate
reread
of
the variance?
appropriateness.
I have a
The
question.
variance will be a
We'll do next.
separate,
Okay,
a separate motion. This is for the certificate of
Yep.
appropriateness.
Okay.
Okay. Let me call the roll. Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Mr. Breslin.
Yes.
Mr. Reed.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman. And Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations, that was approved. And now we need one more motion for the modification of the previously issued variance for the unit size.
I move that we approve it according to the recommended order attached to the staff report, because I think that's a modification in form but not substance, because it has the same percentage. And so I'm moving to approve it as the staff recommended it, because I could approve that, because I think it's just a form change, not a substantive change.
Okay.
But I agree with the staff that if it's going to be a greater percentage, that there's, that's not my motion.
Okay,
It's
your
just
motion is for the 63%.
That with the same percentage
Which
as
is
the
the
prior
same
order,
that was previously granted,
as
correct?
stated in the staff's recommended order.
Okay. Is there a second? That motion failed due to lack of a second. Is there another motion? Mr. Breslin?
I'll make a motion that we go with the 81%, as stated by the applicant. I personally am well aware of size and what people can live in, and I think that this is an excellent way of making this property work financially for everyone.
Okay, and just to clarify, that is the 81.58%,
Right.
correct? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman? Yes. Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Yes. And Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Wasn't that the one you said?
Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And Jennifer is staying with us for the next one.
The next file is HPB 22-0521, 803 2nd Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of an existing building and the construction of a new single-family home, including variances from the minimum required setbacks, lot width, and lot area.
Okay, thank you, Jake. The existing building that's located at 803 2nd Street was originally constructed in 1923. It's located on the northwest corner of 2nd Street and Meridian Avenue. We have not been able to locate any original plans of the existing, although in terms of the plan of the property, examination of early aerial photographs appears to indicate that the structure has had only limited modifications. This particular application is requesting the total demolition of the building in order to construct a new single-family residence. The applicant has submitted two structural engineering reports have been submitted as part of this. One prepared most recently by Yusuf Hakim Consulting Engineering that was performed in June. The conclusion in that report does indicate that the building cannot be saved. They have submitted a second structural engineering report from Douglas Wood. This was prepared 1 year prior in 2021, and that report comes to the same conclusion. Staff has visited the site on several occasions. Because with any application for total demolition, we take it very seriously and want to see the site conditions for firsthand. Unfortunately, I can report that staff's observations on site are consistent with the findings in the two engineering reports. And this is a wood frame structure. It is very easy to punch or kick holes through the building, to be honest. And that was a bit shocking to me because I don't consider myself a very strong person all the time, and it would be very easy to kind of knock a portion of the wall out. So, that is the unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. This is an extremely early building. The portion of the city south of 5th Street was the earliest development area in the city, and we do feel that it's important to pay homage to this very unique portion of the city. And we did discuss the possibility of reconstruction for this particular property. At this time, based on the information that we've received, as well as the sea level rise criteria and the new required base flood elevations, in addition to guidance that we follow from the Secretary of Interior standards for the reconstruction of historic properties, staff does not find that reconstruction in this particular instance is warranted. We go into much more detail in the staff analysis as to why we came to that conclusion. With regard to the new single-family residence, staff is highly supportive of the massing and contemporary design language of the home. Additionally, the Meridian Avenue facade is proposed to incorporate a reinterpretation of a portion of the original 1923 facade, which we believe also helps to break down the scale of the building and retain the historic character along the street. It's also important to note that there is a large calophyllum tree that the applicant has, when we first met with the applicant, we saw a few different schemes, and the majority of what we talked about early on did require the removal of that tree. That is something that the city felt very strongly did need to be and can be, due to the good health of the tree, retained and preserved on site. And this new plan that is presented to you today does propose to retain that existing tree. We do believe that the mass and height of the proposed residence is consistent with the height and scale and massing of the surrounding buildings within the Ocean Beach Local Historic District. With regard to the variances, so the applicant is requesting 3 variances. The first 2 are due to what is an undersized lot. So the first variance is for the minimum lot area. This particular zoning district requires 5,750 square feet as your minimum lot area. The current lot area is 2,499.28 square feet. So we do believe that in order to build anything on this site or make any use of this property, that variance should be granted. Second variance is also associated with the substandard lot size, and it's to reduce the width by 5.37 feet of the minimum required 50-foot lot within the RPS 2 zoning district. Again, we have no objection to these variances and do believe they are the minimum necessary. Third variance is with regard to the side facing a street setback. That in this particular district, they are required a 5-foot side facing a street setback. They are requesting to reduce that by 2 feet 8 inches in order to construct the reconstructed portion of the historic building facade at a setback of 2 feet 4 inches. Since this variance is related to the introduction of the reinterpretation of the original 1923 facade, staff does find that there are reasons and practical difficulties associated with this setback and are supportive of this variance. It is to introduce an element that recalls the history of the site, and that in combination with the substandard lot size, staff believes warrants the variance. With that, I am available for any questions, and if not, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Any board questions for staff? I have one.
Okay.
It appears the existing structure is a duplex?
Correct.
The original structure had 2 units, and we're proposing, this proposal is for a single unit,
Correct.
reducing the density of the site. Okay.
Yes.
I've got a question, and I'm just trying to understand because there's been several projects that have come before this board regarding or that included elevating historical structures, and so I just wanted to ask for a little more clarification when we talk about the relationship of a historic building to the sidewalk. What criteria would you use to distinguish why it was worth elevating a structure? I think the one we're doing was the one with the adjoining, or the one I'm thinking of was in Middle Beach, right, where adjacent to, was it the Gerard Pitt building that was going to be demolished, and then the one adjacent to that. The Corona as well, I'm not sure if that one was being elevated. I believe, yes?
Yes.
Because it's being reconstructed, or actually that one's being moved. But again, the statement of the relationship to the sidewalk, obviously by necessity to elevate a structure would change that relationship. So I wanted to just ask for a little more clarification.
Absolutely. So in this particular instance, in order to meet the minimum required finished floor elevation, the existing building would be required to be raised to 3.5 feet, or 3.6 feet, excuse me, so a little over 3.5 feet above the sidewalk. In this instance, staff does not believe that we have the option of retaining any original building fabric to elevate the building. Now, with regard to reconstruction, the reconstruction portion could be, very easily built at the 3.6 feet higher than the existing. However, due to the size, the extremely small lot, we don't believe there would be sufficient room to actually transition from the sidewalk to the new finished floor elevation of the building. And that was a concern of ours in terms of the urban quality of the district, to have basically, an almost 4-foot kind of plinth that the building would sit on, directly adjacent to the sidewalk. But that was in our analysis, and I'm curious to see some of the other board's opinions on that. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 200. I'm joined today by Jennifer Macani Gayoso and Victor Barrett, the property owner, as well as some of our team online and in Zoom. Debbie, thank you for the comprehensive reading of your staff report and recommendations. We agree with staff's recommendations and their analysis. We have a short presentation to share with you. If we could pull up the slides, please. Here's a rendering of the front of the building facing 2nd Street. Next slide, please. The property is on the northwest corner of Meridian Avenue and 2nd Street, and it's at the southern boundary of the Ocean Beach Historic District, as you can see in this image. Next slide, please. This is the location where the green arrow is pointing to the property. It's a single-family home or duplex property today, but as you can see and as you're very familiar with the district, it's surrounded mostly by multifamily uses. Next slide, please. This is the image of the corner facing the property, and you can see the calophyllum tree. It's a characteristic tree along Meridian Avenue between 2nd Street and 15th Street, hence the importance of preserving this tree and working around it as part of this design process. The house itself is an existing wood frame 1-story structure, and according to our historical resources report and research, it was constructed in 1923 as a duplex. Next slide, please. This is the view from the front door of the house across 2nd Street. As you can see, the character of the neighborhood changes quite dramatically as you look to the south. That's the Cosmopolitan and the Courts across the street. Next slide, please. Here you can see some historical images of the property and the existing structure. As noted in our reports, it's loosely designed in the vernacular style and minimally modified since it was constructed, but we were unable to locate any original plans, and we do not know who the architect of the building was. Next slide, please. It's important to show you also some current images of the structure because over the years it has not been maintained properly other than several non-permitted alterations that were made that include the removal of original decorative overhangs, removal of the windows, and closure of window openings. The current owner purchased the property in March of 2022, so all of these conditions were existing when he purchased the property. Next slide, please. Here's some interior shots. As you can see, other than very minor repairs, no restoration has ever been done here, and the structure has been determined unsafe and uninhabitable by our 2 structural engineers as well as from the city. Next slide, please. The 2 structural assessments were done, as Debbie mentioned, by Doug Wood and Youssef Hachem, and both determined that the structure's deteriorated conditions render it unsalvageable. There's a significant amount of deterioration and collapse. The walls and floors and ceilings are visibly rotted, molded, and water intrusion is found throughout. The wood has surpassed its life expectancy, and the framing is generally undersized. One of our reports states that in order to do any work here, this would be classified as a level 3 alteration, which means we would need to bring the structure up to base flood and design flood elevations, which is not possible. So as a result, extensive reconstruction at a minimum would be likely, but truly I think it's a full reconstruction to recreate any portion of this structure. We, as Debbie said, have proposed to reinterpret the facade of the building. We think that this is an appropriate nod to the historic district and its character, and Jennifer is here to walk you through that design concept and our elevations. So.
Good morning. Again, Jennifer McConney. So when our clients first came to us back in January, they said, you know, we have this lot, there's a house on it, but we really want to work with the historic district, and we actually want to use a portion of the house, either move it, reconstruct it, something, you know, can you come up with a design for us to really, use that historic building? We think it's kind of cool, and we can't reconstruct it, but, we want to build a single-family home there. And most of the time, clients never want to do that. I mean, especially for a house. They come to us and say, oh, I want a white box, give me another frame and a white box and some fake wood cladding on it, So, luckily we got, we can all laugh, but Victor Bered came and he said, I really want something special. So, first we worked with the existing front facade on 2nd Street, which is where it sits. But after submitting to HP Board back in, I think March was the first time we submitted, we spoke to Public Works, and we could not have an entry on Meridian because of the tree. Even though we were bypassing the tree, we were going over the root system, and they said, absolutely no, not going to happen. So we were really kind of forced to move our vehicular entry onto 2nd. But by doing that, because I like to find the goodness in every issue, is what happens when you do that is the front facade actually moves. And if we can pull the slide show back up again, we can kind of show you what we were talking about there. Next slide. There we go. So, you can see at the top, there's the existing structure. When we first started back in February to March, we were going to reconstruct a piece of the front, and not just the front face, but actually bring it back a little bit. Then Public Works said no. We moved it to the other side, but what happens is the beauty leaf tree, the heritage tree that we weren't allowed to touch actually gets framed. The historic building actually gets framed by the tree, which you'll see in a few slides later. So we said, that's pretty cool. So We have 2nd Street, which is a new facade, our modern facade facing the courts and those 5-story fairly recent structures on 2nd. And then we have the reconstruction of the historic facade on Meridian, framed by the tree, facing the historic 2-3-story buildings across the street, which sit right at the property line. So it kind of all made sense. So that's where the reconstruction came from. We weren't just, throwing it as a token. I mean, we really wanted to make this a part of the project. And so next slide. And then we started looking at how the facades work with the existing facades. So even though you're not really going to see on Meridian Avenue our new building because it's going to be framed by the tree, we really wanted to work with creating the front entry for the new residents on Meridian under the tree, and then having an access into the building. And then we also took the angled parapet roofs that are on the historic building, kind of work with that on the front facade of the building, which also works as a sun shading screen to facing south, but our angled views, and also creates privacy. Next slide. So these are some of the materials that we were looking at for the new building. Next slide. So this is the facade on 2nd, which faces the courts and the 5-story buildings. So we have our vehicular entry and our foyer facing 2nd Street. And then as you go up, we have the living room, the main living room space, because we do need to be above flood. And flood would be about halfway through the first level that you see right now. So the 2nd level is the living room, kitchen, your typical ground floor, and a guest bedroom. And above is your masters and the other 2 bedrooms. Next slide. So this is the view that I was talking about. We recreated the front facade facing Meridian, and that really becomes the portico, your front door. We did need to push that out a little bit into the setback because we are limited on space on this lot. But really, that is a superimposed image of our building. You see a little bit of it at the top, but the tree really frames it. It couldn't be more perfect. Next slide. And so these are the plans. On the ground floor is it's 2 parking spaces and very small spaces, a foyer.
We have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, please. 2. I'll be quick. Next slide is the living room, basically an open space. And so the zigzags on the front really are, they face south. One, they're meant for, again, privacy, because we do have those 5-story buildings across the street into our main public space, but it's also for sun shading. So, and it's also kind of angling your views towards the southeast, which is the longest view down the intersection. Next slide. 3rd floor, master bedrooms. Next slide. And then we have a small roof terrace. We tried to remove as much enclosed square footage up there, so and we push back the staircase and the elevator, so they sit farther back against the corner. Next slide. And then these are some of the images. Again, on this Meridian Avenue side, you see the building there, but it is really hidden. It is hidden by the tree, and you can see on the bottom that we really do fit into the neighborhood with our heights. Next slide. Front facade. Next slide. Another rendering, and then the next slide I'll end with Meridian, the Meridian view.
Okay.
There. Yep.
So as you can see, this is an interesting interpretation of the district. It marries the historic with the modern. It creates compatibility with the very different characteristics of the 2 sides of the street that we sit on. We have a number of support letters from our neighbors that we've submitted for the record. And they are happy to see something new come here, because the structure has been a little bit of an issue. It's blighted, and we've had squatter issues and other things happening there because it's difficult to secure this old building. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we accept all of staff's conditions and their recommendations, and we ask for your support, and we're here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to take a seat, we'll field some questions from the board for you. Anyone from the board have questions for the applicants? No?
Okay.
A question, which is probably more of a staff question. In the RPS2, I just wanted to ask what the allowable height is within that zoning district.
In the RPS 2, and I believe, is it 40?
Yes.
40 feet?
Yes, for
40
historic.
feet?
For historic, yes.
Okay. If that's all we have for questions, then Debbie, we can go ahead to public comment.
Absolutely. Any members on Zoom wishing to testify, please raise your hand. Any members in the audience, please come to the podium.
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose? Nope. Okay.
Just the email from MDPL.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We met with the applicant and we received a presentation from their team, and we thank them for that. We are opposed to this project because we believe that the structure does not need to be demolished. We also believe that the claims that the building cannot be rebuilt or reconstructed are perhaps not true. There are a lot of concerns with our committee on the demolition of the structures in this historic district, and that continuing to demolish these structures will leave this historic district without its actual mission, which is to preserve the structures in this district. And lastly, the presentation, it looked like the ground floor perhaps was slightly different than what was presented in the plans. So I just perhaps, if that could be clarified, it looked like there was one parking structure on the bottom. And the presentation that was uploaded also showed an option of the garage being on the 2nd Street. So perhaps that could be clarified, the ground level program of this structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public on Zoom or in the audience.
Okay, in that case, I ask the applicant to provide a rebuttal if they'd like.
Absolutely. We took demolition here very seriously. As you noted, and as Debbie mentioned, we have 2 structural engineering reports. We originally had Douglas Wood prepare one for us, and after our initial submittal, we thought, it's probably better to confirm that the issues identified get a second opinion. And so we asked Youssef Hachem to also come out, inspect the site, and write a report. Unfortunately, they both came to the same conclusion, which is that this structure is unsalvageable. Regarding the ground floor plan, that's slide number 15, if we could go to that. And it shows the option where parking is located on 2nd Street. Originally, we did have a driveway accessing the home on the Meridian Avenue side to the north at the end of the property, but that was where Public Works came in and said, I'm sorry, your driveway will interfere with the root system of the tree, and the tree needs to be protected. It's part of the character of this street, so please relocate your driveway to 2nd Street. So that's what you see here. And from the rendering, which is on slide... if you'd like to see it, slide 13, 2 up, of the front door. What we have done is tried to make this opening look pedestrian in nature. So you can see at the bottom of the home, there are 2 stabilized tracks for tires, but the character of this frontage is intended to be at a pedestrian scale and oriented towards the pedestrian.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And with that, we can move on to board member comment. Would someone like to start? Kirk?
So I want to say that I'm very disheartened by this application and a lot that we see south of 5th requesting the demolition of structures, particularly structures that define, as Debbie mentioned, the very earliest history of development in our city, not to mention structures such as this one that clearly survived the 1926 hurricane and made it 100 years only to come before this board. I also want to say that, I mean, gosh, I'm so in love with so many neighborhoods in our city, but south of 5th is so unique by virtue of the diversity and the early nature of when all of these buildings were built, and in that area, where you see a bungalow that's been, turned into and added on to in other ways. I think there's been an incredible amount of innovation in south of 5th, and it makes it an extremely wonderful, sublime neighborhood to be in, to walk through, to drive through, and I feel like we're missing the mark on this one. I think that the new structures design I like very much, and absolutely, I come from the school of wanting to see Miami Beach evolve, but I would like to see that happen with our history intact. And I feel like with this project there was a token step forward in that direction, but I feel like it misses the mark. And just to touch on for one thing, the wood frame structures in Miami Beach, we don't have a lot of wood frame structures. But if you look at a historic district like Lake Worth, for instance, almost all of the structures are wood frame, many of them of this sort, with wood frame and stucco going over it. And so it's not as if these districts are not able to, or these types of building typologies are not able to be retained and preserved and restored. I also want to cite this quote from Doug Wood's report, where he says that the building would need to be dismantled and reconstructed, but he does say that it could be reconstructed, and obviously relative to the size of the existing structure and the new structure that's going there, I mean, obviously there's economic viability. I don't think south of 5th is really hurting for lack of economic viability. And from my own personal perspective, I reject the idea of elevating a building, changing its relationship to the sidewalk. Well, clearly, when we're in the middle of a king tide and water is filling the streets, I mean, that changes the relationship of what was historically there. I think that's something that we need to learn to swallow and adapt to and figure out what that future looks like for buildings to be elevated, because that was part of what the plan that Alan Schulman, the resilient plan, that's what it, one of the things that it prescribed was elevating structures. And so, again, I'm in favor of a project. I'm in favor of this particular site not being frozen in time. I also want to point out from the presentation itself, from the streetscape, this is the historic district, right? This abuts a highly developed newly developed, relatively speaking, area to the south. And this structure actually defines this area. And to be more specific, from my standpoint, I think I could have been happy with a corner, two sides of the structure being reconstructed and maybe set back going into the new development. And to me, that way you're able to truly retain rather than what I consider to be just a token gesture of putting a reinterpretation of a part of a wall. I think we could do better. I think south of Fifth deserves it. I think one of the oldest structures in this city. I mean, this would have to be within a handful of structures that survived the 1926 hurricane and was here at the very beginning. I think it deserves a little bit more thought and effort. I do believe that the right team is on board to do it. I just don't think it's there right now. Thank you.
We have another board member comment. Ray?
Can I ask how long the structure's been vacant? And also, when I was looking at the entrance that you have, and you have the two pads for a car to go in, you know, I don't care how you look at it, you can tell it's a car entrance. Maybe it would be better to put a sidewalk in the middle, like it's for pedestrians, and on the sides have, like how they have concrete that sits down in, that has grass grow in between, you know, for the cars to drive over. There's lots of spaces in my neighborhood that they've done the parking spaces that way, so the water would.
Yes.
So I just think if you're really trying to make that not look like a car entrance, you got to make it not look like a car entrance. Thank you.
Are we asking questions now or on comments?
Comments?
Okay. Well, I would agree with the variance, 2/3 of the variance analysis, that it's appropriate to afford a variance for the size of the lot because it's a substandard lot, and if the code doesn't permit the development because the lot is already too small, and I understand that's because sometime previously the lot was subdivided into three lots, and that's why this one is substandard. But it is a legal lot. It just isn't the legal size in order to develop or build on it. So I would agree with number one, to reduce the minimum required lot area, and number two, that the width of the lot is below what's required. If the code requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet, but this property is only 44.63 feet, then they need that variance, otherwise they cannot build, and that's what the variance is for, to allow somebody to reasonably use their property, and if the code itself won't allow it. But the last variance request, it says to reduce the setback by 2 feet 8 inches, the minimum required side-facing setback, and it explains the reason why they're asking for it, which is a good reason, in order to place that facade there in order to maintain some connection with the history of the property. But I don't think that we have before us anything to establish a finding that they can make no reasonable use of the property without a variance of that setback, as there's already an existing structure on the property that had been in use for about 100 years. They made a reasonable use of that property previously with the setbacks on that substandard size lot. So that's my comment, and I would agree also with Kirk, though, that it is no small matter to lose a historic structure like this, and should at all cost to preserve or maintain as much of it as we can. And so I think if there was a way to keep what I believe to be the current Meridian facade, and if you're going to be moving facades around, maybe move it onto the 2nd Street so that the garage entrance can be with a 20s style facade on that side as well.
If I may, through the chair, we do have a rendering with that design. That was one of our prior iterations that we worked through with staff as part of this process. And I can show it to you. It's slide 26.
Can I make one disclosure, though?
middle.
I'm not a professional designer. I just came up with that.
Sure.
But
No,
if
we
they've already
thought about
designed
this
it,
too.
We'll give you a chance to do that, but we're right in the middle of the board comments. So let's get through everybody, and then we'll give you a couple minutes to come back to that, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that was the conclusion of my comments, though, that I have no objection to the design. It's a very attractive building. The only problem with it is losing of one of the last remaining pieces of that 20s era. And so, and it's a historic preservation district. We're a historic preservation board. So that's one of our main objectives here, is to try to maintain the historic character with what we have there on the ground.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. John, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you. Debbie, I kind of wanted to. Your staff report was got very philosophical at a certain point in terms of kind of thinking about these questions of what can, and kind of going to Kirk's questions about what can and can't be preserved. And it got, we get very emotional when we see buildings that have been around for 100 years that are no longer, potentially are being proposed to be eliminated. And I was wondering, and your point was that there's, that cities and buildings evolve, and that we are always looking to have the best historic building fabric that we can have, or if that's not possible, the best, contemporary building fabric that we can have. So I was, and I'm trying to, I don't know, I'm trying to kind of struggle with this question about whether this building really, and I haven't been in the building like you have, but whether the building can be an example of what the Buoyant City report kind of considers to be an option to kind of maintain, because it's a lighter structure than many of our buildings, which are, block and concrete and several stories. Whether there's some other way to think about this site, or whether there's like another, like whether you can kind of pinpoint why we can consider this building's demolition to be the best possible outcome.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to respond? Yeah, I mean, and you're right, that there is somewhat of philosophical question here. We did note in our staff report if there was an opportunity to retain, even if it was just a small portion of the existing building, that we would be highly supportive of that. This is a very significant structure, primarily due to its development period. And, based on the documentation that was submitted, we don't believe that there's going to be a portion of this building that's viable to be retained. We think at the end we're looking at likely losing all original fabric, which is, upsetting. This building, to I think Mr. Breslin's point, has been vacant for many years. Prior to it becoming vacant, it was a deplorable condition. It wasn't properly maintained. There are building department violations on this property. We have been working with the previous owner, as well as several potential purchasers of this property over the last probably 4 to 5 years. It's a philosophical question in terms of when is it appropriate to reconstruct a building that will be, at the end of the day, if this is built to required building codes, different. Mm-hmm. So are we creating a false sense of history here? Right. And we take our guidance. There are no specific criteria in your code for something like this. So, which is why we took our guidance from the Secretary of Interior standards, which is very conservative with regard to reconstruction.
Yeah, no, I think that's thank you for kind of articulating that. That's what I was kind of hoping to hear, because I think that that bar, to have a building that looks exactly, or no, it will never look exactly like this building, but a building that could be raised up and will be in the shape of this building, will not be this building and will not be the historic fabric that we are hoping to save, because it simply won't be historic. It will be, and we're going to later look at another example, I think, later in this day about a different period of something similar happening. But I think that, but there's something about also about the building and its height and its massing, and that it almost seems to it almost seems like an exuberant example of kind of transforming a site. And I'm wondering, because with the 13-foot floor to floor heights, it's very tall. It's a single family home. And I was also going to ask about the height. Maybe I don't know who I asked, but just the height is at 42 and 42 feet 4 inches. Is the height limitation, is that above? Is there a variant, or is that not? There's no variance for height because it's below the maximum height, which is, what is the maximum height? I thought we heard it was 40. It's 40. So.
And the height is measured from, the height for this would be measured from base flood elevation plus freeboard. So in this, Jennifer, I believe, are you measuring from +1?
We are measuring from, actually we're measuring from base flood because so it's actually shorter. We're measuring from base flood because it's our ground floor, so we're just a foyer and an entryway, so we're actually allowed to be below. So we're actually 36 feet 8 to the roof, which is what our height
from base flood elevation.
From base flood,
which
okay.
you're actually allowed to measure from a higher point.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Because they have no
uses on that. We could have been higher, we're just being conservative about it, but we could actually say our building is 2 feet.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that, just to make sure, kind of across the board, we understood that. But I'll let others speak. I'm not very convinced by this kind of facade kind of appropriation. I don't think it supports the building's design in a way that I don't think it also tells much about the history. And I think in the future, I don't know. I would rather see a building that really is. If we're really saying that this site has to, in the philosophical context of our advisors here, which is the staff, that this is the next iteration needs to be here. I would argue for not having that, which would eliminate the variance, but not having the third variance, and not having that piece. That it's kind of like a cod piece. It's kind of like something that doesn't really. It doesn't. It's covering something, but it's not really. It's kind of making it historical, but not really doing anything historical about it. So, but then I'm still upset that we're losing the building. So it's not that. It's just I think the building is. I think it's too. I think a more respectful way to think about the historic condition would be something that was closer in scale. It will not be the scale of the existing building, but closer in scale to the existing building than what's been proposed here, from my perspective.
Thanks, John. Nancy, would you like to comment on this application?
No, because I didn't hear half of it.
Oh, okay.
And I really don't have it. No.
Okay, then I'll jump in. I think nobody wants to see this historic fabric go away. I appreciate the diligence of getting not one but two structural reports. I mean, and recognize the challenge there. The alternate would be to rebuild this structure, which I know, I imagine none of the people you've spoken to in the last 5 years are really interested in doing that. I think that part of what makes it a little bit challenging, I think, and along the lines of what John was alluding to, was, we've got this proposal that has these, vertical elements that come down to the ground, and that added wall on the side seems a little bit out of place, not really integrated to the building. And so I wonder if an alternate would be to retain some of the solid character of the existing structure, the relationship of wall to opening that was characteristic of these older structures, at least in the ground floor, before becoming more open on the upper floors. Perhaps that's a way of, not just sticking something on there, but kind of integrating it to the design. And if there were a way for the architect to, manage that, it would probably make a stronger case and perhaps make it a little bit easier for the board to accept that we're going to be losing this little tiny building on a tiny lot. But it's, I think it's clear to everybody it's very meaningful because of its age, because of its scale, because of its building material. So I would think that maybe there's a way to adjust the design so that it's more cohesive and harmonious.
Okay.
I invite you to respond.
I actually, should we show the old version? Is that
Slide 26 shows you a version of the home with both sides having the reconstruction. I think it's 20.
I'm not saying, at this point we can do this anymore, but this shows a little bit more solid at the base with it above. But I think, I think we could work on having a more solid ground floor. I don't see an issue with that.
This iteration had the garage on 2nd Street, so we would need to refine this design, but this is to give you an idea of what it would look like if we were to have this element on both street-facing sides of the house.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be creating the facade because the garage on 2nd Street, because the garage is just too wide, unfortunately. The building is small, so it would take up half of the building.
Right. We need some version of 15 feet across for a decent garage width, and the property is only 43 feet in width, so it's tight.
But I think the direction with the base being more solid, going with kind of what Rick was saying, with it just being a more kind of because that's really when you're on the sidewalk and you're walking through, that's what you would have experienced historically.
Yes.
Without maybe the reconstruction of that might go to the professional recommendation of staff, which is to kind of have a new building that would be the best that we could possibly have, in kind of out of respect for the building that we're losing.
Okay, thank you. With that, would anybody from the board like to make a motion at this time?
I move that we continue it for modifications. And if I could make a statement just to accompany the motion, I sort of like the direction that the last image we saw heads towards, and I think that that's a really great place to work with, something sort of brand new and totally unique, sort of rising, but not in a very abrupt way, behind the original old facade that's there. So you sort of get a feel of old and new blended, but not that you're sticking the old onto the new. They're separated, and there's air, there's landscaping, there's light between the two. So I like the direction, the way they were looking originally to blend the two buildings. So I move to continue.
And I second the motion. And I tend to agree. In my mind, it's more reflective of the character that you actually see, the sort of innovative, quirky character that you expect south of Fifth, I think.
Okay, and I mean, the next meeting is January 10th, so in order for them to make that meeting, I would need all of the revised plans by Monday.
I think we've done so many versions of this that I could probably put that together.
Wow. Okay, yeah. I'm okay trying for that, and if we're not ready,
and if it doesn't work, then
we'll bring it back for another request for a continuance at the January meeting. Okay. So January 10th is. Do you accept that, Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you all for your feedback.
So I think we need to vote. We had a motion and a second.
I just have a question on the motion in a second.
Okay.
Listening to everybody up here in their comments, I got the feeling that John was basically saying, why bother saving that one little piece on the side, when it's going to be not the original building and it's going to be reconstructed and it'll just, be a reminiscent of an old building but not the real one. And then Stuart saying that he didn't want to have the variance, because of that piece. So if we don't put that in at all, everybody's saying this is a wonderful building. So I think we're sending mixed feelings to these people in what to bring back to us. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. But there is a motion, there is a second. I just wanted to bring up from my feeling of how I would feel if I was in their shoes right now with what we're saying.
I think that's a valid point, Mr. Breslin, in terms of the different opinions. We're really dealing with, at this point, at least in my opinion, do we want to reconstruct a portion of it?
Right, and I would argue not to reconstruct it. That it's more honorable to the history of the site to have something. At this point, if we're taking our professional opinion of the staff and of your engineers as being accurate, that it would be better to do that in this case, not in all cases, but in this particular case, because of the scale of the lot and because of the scale of the building that you're going to be putting on there. But I'm loath to be kind of like architecting this for you, because I respect what you do a great deal, and I think that you can come up with, what you think is appropriate given this. So I'm not really going to kind of say, well, it has to have, this here or that here, or it needs this window here or whatever. So okay. I would leave it at that, but that's just me. My colleagues could obviously speak to this.
Yeah, I disagree. In my mind, if it does not pay any homage to pre-1906 Miami Beach, it may as well not be in a historic district. It may as well be design review board. I don't have any issues with the design itself. I just don't think that it has any reference to the historic character of that district at all.
The reference I was hoping that they would take up would be the more solid, would be what Rick was referring to as like the more solid kind of base to the building, so that we are not having a glass and steel coming down to the street, which would be a very abrupt kind of change.
So not replicating, but paying homage.
Yes, that was it.
And paying homage, just to clarify, in terms of scale, material, and I guess some reference to the the height of what the existing building. I think that's maybe broad enough that the architect can take the liberty to interpret that.
But you're saying no reference to the vernacular style.
Not necessarily a literal reference. If they'd like to bring one back, I'll leave that to the architect, I guess. I guess, Kirk, you're saying you'd like to see something more literal.
I would like to see something that literally referenced the historical nature of that district and that building itself, yes.
And me too. But we're now just, giving friendly advice because of what Ray said, like that we don't want you to, but what you see is that you have 7 people on the board, even though one person. We have different opinions, and 2 of the board members, me and Kirk, I love that the image that you showed and the direction it would go in, and I bet that you can bring back a plan that my colleague next to me, John here, would love to.
I think whatever you do, we will be able to review, and you've heard kind of our opinions about. We'll always have a range of opinions. I mean, in the 6 plus years I've been doing this, it's always a range. So
Thank you. I think we got it.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor.
Yes, we have a motion and a second to continue to the January 10th meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
The next application is HPB 22-0518, 407 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of an existing building.
Okay, thank you, Jake. And there are no variances as part of this application. The 407 Lincoln Road building, I know pretty much everyone in this town is familiar with this building. It's quite the icon because it really does stand out in its scale, height, and the dark coloring. It was actually constructed in 1955 and designed by architect Edwin T. Reeder. It's 13 stories, and it was originally built for the Miami Beach Federal Savings and Loan Association, who occupied the entire ground floor and several upper floors. The building is currently classified as non-contributing within the Flamingo Park Historic District. Modifications included in this application are to all 4 facades as well as the original ground floor lobby. The applicant has hired the design firm of Foster and Partners, and we have our fantastic local architect, Kobe Karp, here with us today, who is assisting them. The idea behind this project is to reimagine the building with a significant emphasis on the environmental factors that we find ourselves in today. They are proposing a modern office building as a Class A office. The project includes a substantial demolition of the north, east, and south facades of the building. Along the western facade, the applicant is proposing the removal of the black tile and the introduction of new terraces within the western corners of each level of the building, which will require limited demolition of the west facade. The applicant is developing a proposal. This is not before you today, but they are developing a proposal for the introduction of an art wall to be located on that blank stucco portion of the west facade, which staff welcomes the opportunity to review and bring back to this board at a later date. The lobby alterations proposed are along the western side of the ground level. And there's entrances from both Lincoln Road and actually the existing lobby is located at the western side and has entrances from both Lincoln Road and Lincoln Lane North. The remainder of the ground floor is occupied by Bank of America. Bank of America is being retained as a tenant. It is actually a separate condominium unit, and it is owned by the Bank of America, so they are proposed to be retained. The existing mosaic artwork, which is quite fascinating, and is more information is in the Historic Resources report that was provided, is proposed to be retained and relocated above the lobby entrance to the bank. But there are currently no significant alterations proposed for the bank itself. There are additional pieces of artwork within the bank as well, but again, those are to remain. The applicant is also proposing some modifications at the roof deck, including the very iconic clock. Staff believes that these are minor alterations, and we are supportive of the new enhanced program located on the roof, and are very supportive. I just want to say and thank the whole team, Kobe's office, as well as Foster and Partners. I believe that this current design and reimagination of the building was done extremely thoughtfully. Again, with particular focus on climate and our environment. And I think that the resulting product will actually enable this building to be more contributing to the district than the existing design, which is extremely, it's a non-conforming building, right? So it's very much out of scale with the historic district, and the dark coloring of the building kind of exacerbates that. Right now, you almost from any vantage point, you can see this building, and it overshadows the district. In the currently proposed design, while the building is not shrinking, because of the interventions, including opening up the corners, the introduction of landscaping, in the lighter color scheme, it fits in much more compatibly with the surrounding district, which is one of the criteria for a contributing building, the scale and the compatibility. So we hope, if this project moves forward, that in the future this could potentially be considered a contributing building to the district. Thank you. I am here for any questions if you have.
Thank you, Debbie. Does the board have any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, we invite the applicant to make the presentation. Welcome.
And Mr. Chairman, since I see so many new faces since this morning, I'd like to swear in anyone who has not been sworn in and will be testifying. Can you raise your right hands? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Well, at this point, I can't follow Debbie. She put it very eloquently. Thank you very much for such a great presentation. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez, on behalf of the current applicant who is looking to close on the property and reimagine, as she said, the 407 building. And we've all, those of us who've grown up on Miami Beach have always looked at the clock and the tower, and it's always been part of the skyline. So, but it is important to know that this is not a contributing building, that the true contributing building that was at this site was a Roy France one-story bank building that was in 1935 and demolished in the 50s. And as Debbie said, in 1955, this 13-story bank was replaced on the two lots, which comprises 401 and 407. That's why you have these references to both addresses. And in the 80s, it was approved by the DRB at the time and the City Commission to reimagine the building in the current form. So it's not even the 1950s edition. I do want to point out that the ceramic mural that's in, that you'll get more information on, was something that was important in making sure that it became part of the new reimagination of the building, because it is a Kay Pancoast, one of several Kay Pancoast murals, the one that's in the lobby, and you'll see during our presentation that I think it moves to a more prominent place in the lobby. And you'll also, in the future, when Bank of America wants to do some renovations, at that point they could address the murals that are located within the bank, the tenant space. And with me today, Michael Schwoe is here, who will, I'm going to ask him in a minute to speak, who would like to speak on his vision for the building. And we do have Kobe Karp and his team and many of the other professionals. We have representatives from Lord Foster's group on Zoom. If there are any specific questions as well, we will be glad to answer them. And at the end of the public hearing, I'd like to reserve a little time for rebuttal, and there's a couple comments I have regarding the staff, the proposed order. We support it, but there are a couple tweaks that we'd like to add to it. And with this, I really would like Michael to come up and say a few words on his vision with the 407 building.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here again. Always a pleasure being here. Thank you, everybody, for the time. I come here every time I feel like I have to, like I used to tell my mother that I did my homework, to update you guys. The Raleigh is under construction. We're building it. Anybody that goes there can see we're in full restoration. Mr. Stewart, it's a pleasure. We're in full restoration. I don't know if anybody passed by the Raleigh recently, but the facades of the South Seas and the Richmond are in restoration, and we're marching ahead very quickly. So I just wanted to give everybody an update, because I know there's always, everybody's asking what's happening, so we're there. So hopefully, I passed that one. On the 407 building, or I refer to it as the clock tower, is interesting because every time I spend time in Miami, I always look up to see what the temperature is. And at some point, a few years back, there ain't no temperature. So started looking into the building and, and understanding what is going on there. And again, no need to follow what Debbie said, but we really see this as an important anchor of the neighborhood, and the clock being an important item in Miami Beach. When people heard about buying the building, everybody started to bring the clock back and the temperature. Then we found out that a really interesting fact that I think is important to know, that the temperature never went over 92 degrees. True fact. The temperature never went over 92 degrees. Now, Chamber of Commerce in Miami made sure that that happens so people don't think it's too hot here, so they don't come here. It's a true fact. I know it sounds insane, but it's a fun fact. But everybody wants a clock back. We're bringing the clock back. And what we're doing with the clock, which I think is important, because today when you go try to put a clock, everybody tells you buy a big LED sign like you're in a baseball stadium, which I find very offensive. So we're actually having the clock, in essence, almost recreated from light bulbs, technology from the 50s, because you can't buy that anymore, in order really to be true to form. The other important piece here, and I'll let Kobe take it from here on the design, right? So we've hired Norman Foster and his team in collaborating with Kobe, probably one of the world's greatest architects, and really with a lot of focus on, Debbie said, on sustainability, because it is a black building. My office is there. And it's every day is Thanksgiving. I feel like I'm the turkey because it's always boiling in that office. It's literally you're sitting in an oven. We're creating a great environment where we're bringing a lot of green spaces here, in a building that we're reducing the solar radiation here by up to 70%. So this is probably the model of what would be kind of a next generation design of a sustainable building with a lot of green space. And again, I'll let Kobe do his thing. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kobe Karp. Thank you very much for your time. And go ahead. And then if maybe I can just take you through the PowerPoint presentation. Is that possible? Yeah. So that's our cover page. And as everybody has mentioned, we're looking to make a more porous building, maintaining and recycling the existing double waffle slab. Next image, please. What is interesting about this location, which I think everybody is familiar with, it gives us an opportunity to connect the public space of Lincoln Road with the public space of the park, OSP, to the north, and then further the continuity and the connectivity, hopefully, to the convention center. So there is a pedestrian and a visualization that then allows us to connect together. Next image, please. It's Norman Foster, great, one of my heroes, great person to work with, great office, very much into sustainability and resiliency, which is why it's such an honor to be here on this project. Next image, please. And some of the projects they have done here in the community have been resilient and sustainable. Some of them are, this is the Apple Store in Aventura. Next image, please. And all their great work. I won't waste your time. Let me get to the project. Next image, please. Next image, please. Definitely. Next image, please.
Great architect.
Next image. Next image, please. Sorry about that. So, next image, please. There we go. So that's a location of the building. Next image. And obviously there was a building here historically before, as was mentioned. Next image, please. And this is an interesting image which brought us the inspiration on the resiliency and recycling of the existing structure and the opportunity to open up the building not only from the inside out but also from the outside in. Next image, please. And here you can see some of the details of the existing structure with the reflective mirror glass that everybody's talking about. Next image, please. And that's the location, the aerial. Next image. You can see what the building would look like. Next image, please. That's the existing building with masonry walls on the perimeter and the reflective glass. Next image. And here you can clearly see the park to the right, to the north, and you can clearly see Lincoln Road to the left, and you can see how the building becomes more open and more porous, both visually and physically. Next image, please. Next image. And obviously sustainability and resiliency is what we care about. Next image, please. This is some of the benefits. Obviously will be LEED and a sustainable building that we're looking at, which is why we are also recycling the building. Next image, please. And the opportunities that then create with the shade and shadow and reflection of the light into the building. Next image, please. While at the same time letting the light in, but not having a reflective element. Next image, please. So that's the improved facade with the shade. Then we have the studies, which is part of your package. Next image, please. This is the typology, and you can see with the existing structure, with the waffle slab, it gives us an opportunity to have a lot more glass and light and air, which is what Michael was referring to. I'm sure some of you have been to the building. There's not much light coming into the building. Next image, please. And of course, we have an opportunity, a great opportunity to, next image, please, to not only improve the building, not only create more shade and shadow and let light, air, and people see in and see out. Next image, please. But also creates a greater opportunity to make an improvement to the public right-of-ways around the building. Next image, please. Whereby we can connect and open up the visualization through the public space. Thank you very much. If you can give me a couple more minutes, I'll be done, I swear. Is to create a more porous building with light coming in, and also open it up not only to the park, not only to Washington Avenue with a greater pedestrian connectivity, but also to Lincoln Road. Next image, please. This is the current view. Obviously, we have certain issues there. The garbage is outside, the vault, and so forth. Next image, please. So we're looking, obviously, to clean it up and fix it up and create a better drop-off experience, but also a greater, if you will, visibility and connectivity, visual and pedestrian, through the public space of the building to Lincoln Road. Next image, please. And that is in plan, and it shows how you can proceed from Lincoln Lane to the north, to Lincoln Road to the south, and also around Washington Avenue. Next image, please. Bank of America will remain, but obviously we have great opportunities that you saw in the building to improve the facade and the circulation. Next image, please. I don't want to go through all the details. It's just too much of improvements. We're doing trash room, access, MEP, vaults, and so forth. Next image, please. This is the vista through the space. Next image, please. And this is the improvement we're looking to do to create better visualization and opportunity to connect Lincoln Road with Lincoln Lane and the park to the north. Next image, please. Obviously, the maintenance, as Debbie mentioned, of the murals and us working with them. Next image. That's the existing murals. We noted it, the retention. Next image, please. The existing facade and its reflection. Next image. And the potential improvement to it. Next image, please. The view looking to the north and to the west from Lincoln Road. Next image, please. And then the plans next on putting up the spaces and bring the traffic and the environmental and sustainability and resiliency, which is broken down in great detail in your package. Next image, please. the ventilation and the light and the air, that we'll have an opportunity here to really make a unique statement of a building, second to none. For us as Miami Beach, to talk about the typology of sustainability and resiliency here in this location. Next image, please. The existing condition, if you will, with the punched windows. Next image, please. The potential for the opening with the existing structure as it is originally designed. Next image, please. And obviously the light, the air, the ventilation, and everything else that goes to the quality of life and living that comes along with it. Next image, please. And it's the image of the floor-to-ceiling glass that you would have in this space where we work and live on a daily basis. Next image, please. And obviously it's all noted in detail. Next image, please. The detailing of the building and the opportunity. And as was mentioned, we'll come back to you with the art wall. But with that, I just wanted to stop and say thank you, because my time is up again. I said I would not go over it. And if you have any questions, suggestions, I'm here to answer them all. Thank you so much for your time.
Just one quick note, because I know that in a rush to go through everything, you notice that the ceiling of the building has this waffle that looks like a waffle ceiling that's existing today, and it's one of the elements that's being preserved and maintained throughout the building and actually exposed. So that's why you saw many of the images and the renderings that we have, that instead of giving more floor-to-ceiling height, the option was to keep that element in the building. And with that, I'll reserve any rebuttal and closing after public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I invite the board to put forward any questions you may have to the applicants. We'll try to field all those questions at once and then let you respond to them all together. Ray?
Couple of questions. Number one, does the building have to be totally vacated while this process is going on, including the bank on the first floor? And also, you wait and answer at the end. And also, you have a project that's going to be going on right across the street. Are they going to be going on at the same time? And what kind of closures of the sidewalk are going to be happening at that point in time, since this is a very pedestrian-friendly area, and you've got things going on two sides of the street? I just want to make sure that you've thought that all the way through. Thank you.
And I have a question that also comes in the form of a disclosure. I don't know if we did our disclosures yet, but I bumped into a friend of mine yesterday, Mitch Novick, and I don't know if he's going to comment on it, but he asked me if there's about the elevators. So I would ask the applicants if there's any details about the elevators, either the interior or the entrances, that are also of some merit and worth preserving.
Any other questions, John, Nancy, Kirk?
I've just got a question. I mean, obviously, I don't think anyone who lives here has probably not been in this building many times. And I actually just had a question, and it's not a judgment in any way of the project. We'll get to that later. But the interior of the lobby, there's just that massive amount of what I consider to be beautiful black and gold marble cladding on the walls, which I usually gloss over, but this whole idea of a salvage plan or recycling, I mean, does that all just go in the landfill, or is it offered up to somebody to take that? It just seems like such a shame for that massive amount of stunning material just to go to a landfill. That's my question.
Thank you, Kirk. Nancy, do you have any questions for the applicants? No. Okay, we're limited anyway. And I'll just add two very brief questions. Because of all the interesting energy, I'm curious to ask a little bit about the air conditioning. And, because all of those drop ceilings are going away or exposing that slab, I'm just curious if there's anything special about the air conditioning system you might share. And then also the addition of the new fins that run horizontally at every floor. If you could just tell us a little bit more about what those are made of and how they're attached, I'd appreciate it.
Would you like us to answer that now before you go to public hearing, or you want to?
Yeah, we've got all these questions for you. This will be a good time for you to address them if you can.
So what about the bank tenant?
Yes. But what, the bank tenant? So Bank of America, the question about about the tenants. The answer is yes. The tenants will have to vacate. Obviously, we're renovating the building. The building, we are the largest actually tenant in the building, Schvo, and most of the tenants in that building are either month to month or expire within the next 12 months. And to go into Mr. Breslin's question, yes, One Soundscape is catty corner to that building. Because of the timing of the project, One Soundscape is probably, from a construction point of view, it is ahead of 407. It will be ahead of 407. One is on Washington, and one is on the other side of Washington, but they're not interfering with each other, and from a timing, One Soundscape goes first. Does that answer the question?
I just want to make sure that the sidewalk pedestrian experience is going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, with the building that was just built or in the process of being built on the corner of Washington and 17th, they stuck a walking lane in the traffic, and not exactly accessible for somebody who might be ADA.
User-friendly.
And I'm just concerned about that because when you're building out all the way around, you're having all the overhangs and everything else, I'm figuring you're going to have to totally close the sidewalk off, to do that. And I just want to make sure that we take into consideration that.
And Ray, we will, as part of the operational plan, working with the city and the neighbors, when it gets to the permitting side, we'll make sure to have that as a...
It is a beautiful building.
Thank you. As a very,
Thank you.
important point to minimize. So the next question was about the elevators.
Yeah. So the elevators, we are looking obviously to, we're keeping the shafts, but we have to provide new elevators into the building. As far as the murals, we're looking to have the murals in the building. And as far as the materials, we are looking to recycle and or work with those materials.
And then in the historic research report that was done.
Sorry, one more thing he asked me. The finials. We're looking at them to be aluminum finials.
And the point of those aluminum finials, as Kobe was saying, is for again, in order to prevent some of the sun hitting the glass, for the building to be more energy efficient. Again, and as Mr. Lopez's question about the air condition, just to answer that, there is part of the studies, and again, we could. The Foster team as a whole team that is only focused on sustainability and energy consumption and how to build carbon neutral buildings, which is really part of the effort here. A lot of the materials, besides being recycled, the reason that the fins exist, and there's a lot more layers to this, is in order to get the building to be most efficient from an air condition point of view, which means we use the least amount of air condition to cool the space. And that is, again, with preventing sun hitting. I mean, there have been 3 months of studies on the exact angle of those fins to make sure that it's the perfect angle and the perfect length. And I know, Debbie and staff were involved. There's been multiple meetings and conversations about that to make sure that it's exactly the most efficient way to build this building. I mean, this is like a Swiss clock operation.
And the only thing I wanted to add with the elevators, and we did our historic research report and analyzing the elevators, the doors, and the interior, which I think was your question, Kirk. There weren't any elements, unlike the Pancoast mural in the lobby, that needed to be preserved or recommended to be preserved. So we.
And just on the Pancoast mural, I don't know if we didn't have time to focus on that, but obviously we're keeping that, we're restoring that, and what we're doing right now, it's sitting above an overhang, so you don't really see it most of the time. We're putting it straight, kind of in the center of the lobby, so that's going to be the big thing that you see every time you walk into that building, regardless if you're coming from Lincoln Lane or Lincoln Road. Right now, it's just kind of overhang, and you see it if you come by a certain way on a certain angle.
Thank you. I think that answered everyone's question.
I think so. Okay, thank you. Do you want to do disclosures?
Yes.
I guess I'll start. I saw preliminary renderings of this proposal a couple of months ago with a brief meeting with the applicant.
With the applicant?
Ms. Liebman's microphone is not on.
Yep, you can put it on, but I can't talk. I'll try it again. I've seen the process. How many years has it been since the beginning? That's how long I have seen it. That's the best way I can describe it. And I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I am very positive about what you're doing.
Thank you, Nancy.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification. You're doing the disclosures before public comment?
Yes.
Okay. That's all. Sorry.
Anyone else? No? Okay.
All right, so we want to go ahead and open up the public comment?
Sure.
Oh, I mentioned my disclosures
Yes,
earlier.
yours is on the record.
MBPL and it's on the record.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, anyone on Zoom wishing to comment? The public hearing is open. Please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, we have one member of the public on Zoom, Mitch Novick.
Hi, Mitch. You remain under oath from this morning, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. As a child, my family would travel from North Belmore to South Florida every year during Christmas time, and we take the Silva Media to Miami. We would often stay, or we always stayed, in a mid-century hotel, a motel in our Miami Beach. We stayed in the Seville and Caroline, which one of those buildings, I can't remember which one, had the identical elevators in terms of the COP. Those are the buttons inside the elevator. And that is why, and I appreciate Stuart mentioning that, my fascination as a child playing with those buttons. Regarding the renderings, I love the project, but on the renderings I saw the roach or the airplane wing that architects Wooden Zapata installed in the mid-90s. That replaced a Morris Lapidus mid-century series of kiosks. It was actually one kiosk, which consisted of 3 circles. It would be wonderful if we can have that replicated and finally rid ourselves of the what was, in my mind, still is the controversial roach in front of the structure. And once again, I love the project, and I look forward to its completion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch. I see no other members on Zoom. Anyone in chambers wishing to speak?
Howard Herring, President of New World Symphony. We are more than enthusiastic about this project. You guys have heard me talk about the park and the building and the center of gravity that we think we've created. Turning attention toward that center of gravity, as this building will do, is a big, big move for us in terms of the district and the neighborhood. We're very much enthusiastic about it. There's also a cultural plan being formed by the Lincoln Road Business Improvement District. You'll be hearing about that shortly, but this building will flow right into that, the thinking that's behind that cultural plan and how we reimagine Lincoln Road. And last of all, there is a wall cast on Saturday night that is the holiday performance. But if you want to come, you better get there early because the park will be full. Thank you very much.
Howard, that was a shameless plug. I'm surprised. Lyle Stern with offices at 1665 Washington Avenue. I'm not involved in the project. I'm not here wearing my president of the bid hat. I think you've already got a resolution from the bid. I'm here speaking as a property owner on Lincoln Road and more importantly as a citizen. And I'm here to say thank you. I'm here to say thank you to the board. I'm here to say thank you to the architects. I'm here to say thank you to Michael Schvo. There are people that are bringing these amazing projects to our city that are transformative, that help us genuinely and importantly and with great respect move forward and allow our city to move forward and allow our city to take care of the needs of the new residents that are here moving forward and allow our city to evolve and to do it respectfully and graciously. And, personally, I'm overwhelmed and thankful to Mr. Schvo for the projects that he's brought to the city. I'm thankful to the board for the amazing amount of detail and importance that's placed on all this. So I am overwhelming in my support of this project. I think it's one of the key transformational projects that will benefit Lincoln Road, benefit our city, benefit the residents, and allow our central business district and our hotel district and our new convention center hotel to all be paired in a meaningful way in public space with great architecture and allow our citizens, our residents, our tourists, our business participants to enjoy being in the kind of environment and the kinds of buildings and the kinds of outdoor environments between the park and Lincoln Road that people are looking for. It's an interesting note, and I don't know if Mitch is still listening, but I can tell you that as part of the Lincoln Road Master Plan, which has been designed by James Corner Field Operations, as you know, the designers of the High Line, the Roach Coach will unfortunately be moving on. So I thank you for the time that you invest in this. I know it's a lot and very high level. I think that we as a community should embrace not only this project, but similar projects, and thank you.
Good afternoon, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We want to thank the applicant for bringing forth this proposal to renovate the building. It's such a prominent location on Miami Beach, and we believe that the newer and cleaner design is contextually more appropriate with the surrounding neighborhood. We're also happy that they're retaining and repurposing a large portion of the superstructure and also those really neat honeycomb ceilings in the interior of the building. We agree with and we support the staff recommendations for this project. We do have one suggestion, however, that's for that large blank western wall that a electronic super graphic, also known as like a digital display, not be used if they are going to be doing some sort of artwork. I know that in other portions of the city that's been what some projects have done. So that's a different application that will be coming before you probably in the future. But we just want to stress that it should not be an electronic display. But we're excited and we support this project with staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll invite the applicant to provide a rebuttal if necessary.
Just quickly, I wanted to clarify one point. And we will come to this board in the future with the west wall and some kind of proposal, because everyone we've talked to at every, MDPL, the community, have wanted to see something than just having a blank west wall. But since that's still being studied, what type of art would come back, that would also come back to this board. And at that point, we'd work with everyone to make sure that we'd have the same type of support as the project is. There was one item I wanted to mention on the staff we support the staff recommendation, but we also are requesting the application's partial demolition. We're asking for the waiver under 118-564 F6. If this board could add the waiver that allow us to start the demolition process, the partial demolition process sooner, that would help expedite the overall length of the project. Without the waiver, we would have to wait to have the full building permit to commence, and that would create delays. We could do interior demolition, but we couldn't start working on the exterior simultaneously. So,
is there a place you'd put that in the order? Do you have a location for that?
I would recommend that be in 1C2, so that the signage and advertising would be number 3, and the numbers would follow accordingly.
And with that, I have, unless anyone has a question, we rest our application. Hopefully support the project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alfredo. Board member comment? Ray?
My only comment is when you were talking about the temperature not going above 92, I only looked at it to know whether I needed a sweater. I didn't care about the 92. I cared about when it was colder.
Great. Thank you, Ray. John?
Thank you for a great project.
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful project and a really interesting. It kind of touches on the last conversation a little bit, just because I think that this change to the building will actually go back closer to the Miami Beach Federal Savings and Loan building, which itself was curved. This will be reintroducing the curves, and which had these large floor-to-ceiling windows along the street, which this will also do. So I think in many ways, even though this doesn't look like it's a historic kind of reference, it, in some very, very meaningful and philosophical ways and practical ways of experiencing it, it is. So I really thank you, and obviously the environmental component is incredibly interesting. I'd love to know more about how the parts are recycled. Not for now, but just at some point, I think we can all learn from that in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, I agree with the overwhelming comments that it's a beautiful, well-designed, well-thought-out building from many aspects. Regarding the, I'm going to say building it's replacing. It's not replacing, it's being redesigned, but it appears to be an entirely different building, so it's almost like a replacement. I understand it's not a contributing building, and it does stick out like a sore thumb in many ways, but I think in some sense that's sort of the value of it, that it's at the entrance to Lincoln Road, and it's different. The building renovations proposed is really beautiful, but it's very serene. It looks to me like a residential building that would be placed next to a forest or a lake and sort of like blend in. And it does. There's nothing wrong with the building. There's everything right with the building. But what we're giving up is some sort of something that stands out at the entrance, and that what was there before, maybe it wasn't beautiful, but it reminds me of, in some sense, of like the United Nations building, and I'm guessing it was built around the same period. With all humility, if I can make a suggestion, an easy way to make the buildings stand out as a gateway to Lincoln Road is just along the edges of the eyebrows and the terraces. If there could be some kind of reflective tiling that reflects the light, or it could be metallic, it could be some color, whatever, or even lighting, like at the Hard Rock Hotel in Hollywood, the tube lighting, something to really make this building stand out. It's not residential, it's commercial, and it's on Lincoln Road, and I think it would be it would become an icon with something that would make it stand out more and not blend in as much. And as far as the western wall goes, I'm glad to hear that you're looking at doing something with it too, because just another blank wall, I think we could do a lot better. And so I think it's a great building, but I think that just with a little something, it could become a landmark, an icon.
Thank you, Stuart. I'll study it very much. Thank you.
Nancy, would you like to jump in?
I'm thrilled that we have finally come to this conclusion. There was a time, past couple of years, when I thought we were going to lose the wonderful buildings that were going on down there. And as those of you who remember, there were many dark days on Lincoln Road in the past couple of years, and that was a very frightening thing to think that we were going to, of all the things in that area, to have lost it, it would have been a tragedy. So I'm thrilled that they're coming back. I trust that they are coming back. You know, I could repeat this to other places and never see the end, but I'm positive that this is coming. The sooner the better, because Lincoln Road is really at its bottom, and it's time. And even my kids who don't live in the area, but they live nearby, they're always talking about it. So there's a lot of energy and there's a lot of memory that goes into it. So I thank all of you who have had anything to do with it, even you. Thank you. And I'll be watching. As long as I can talk and watch, I'll be there.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Kirk.
Thank you. So I applaud this application. I think it's a really great approach to adapting this building, and I think the new design will bring a really nice lightness to this area. I'm not going to say that I don't. I mean, I like the original 1955 structure. I think any of us, it's iconic, right? I mean, it towers above the city with the clock tower. And so, you know, I think probably anybody would feel that way. I think what you're doing is really nice. I think, Michael, you touched on some really important components for me. Reincorporating the mural, I think, is a really nice touch. I think it's really nice that that was something that you proposed rather than this board having to beg for these sorts of things. I think is really nice that you're celebrating the spirit of the existing structure. In addition, the clock being sort of like an analog lights, I think that's super important. The idea of having an LED situation towering above this historic district, I think, would have been really, you know, I don't know what the word for it is, but yeah, I'm actually wondering, though, because that component is not in the order, could that actually be stated in there just in case this project travels around, that it would not be an LED, it would be actual lights, the clock feature. And the only other thing, I mean, I know that you've, Michael, invested a lot of time. You've come before us on other ideas for upgrading available types of spaces and office space in the city. I guess it's going to be a question at some point, since so many of the fledgling organizations, small organizations, have operated out of this building. I guess where does the affordable office space become? But that's not a question for this board. I just bring it up because I know there's a lot of celebrated organizations that have operated out of that building for a long time. And lastly, I'm just going to reiterate it. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but if that black marble is going to the landfill, I'd love for it to be offered to somebody who might use it or sell it or something, rather than just going to a landfill. I think that'd be a crime. If you're going to salvage it and reuse it yourself, that's wonderful. There's just a massive amount of it there that's in pristine condition, and it seems like, in accordance with our own resiliency objectives, that at least there's got to be somebody that would remove it and sell it if you weren't going to use it. But again, congratulations, and I look forward to it being beautiful and successful. So thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. We accept your comments.
Thanks, Kirk. I'll just add, I really appreciate the urban design gesture to pivot this building to no longer give its back to Lincoln Road, but to actually give another front to Lincoln Road. Makes all the sense in the world. And we've been seeing for many years now buildings starting to open towards Lincoln Lane, but here we have a park. It makes all the sense in the world. I think that the overall design is a real clear-minded transformation that is response to the tropics. It really is a building I think that others will learn from. And so, the lessons, not just in terms of its, form and structure, but the way that it provides its own shade while, opening up, being efficient with air conditioning. Those are lessons that hopefully we can share with the public so that others can, integrate them to future projects. And, something I happen to really like about the resulting design is how visible that waffle slab is, at least, in the renderings. We'll see it in real life what it is. But, the waffle slab is so cool because it lets you keep your columns further apart. I mean, you're at over 24 foot on center, which is so cool. And it's neat that we can have that in an old building, that the old building is the one giving us the column-free area. So anyway, congratulations to an excellent team. I really look forward to it.
So
And with that,
make a motion to approve. We just go over any other conditions. I don't know if there were. I asked about the signage on the top, that be added to the order. Salvage should already be covered. Is that correct? I mean, that's a part of our own resiliency. And anything else? Were there any other?
Well, if you're going to talk about the clock, I think maybe also that a condition will be that it will be maintained in perpetuity.
That it be maintained in working order?
In working order, yes.
So I'll move it with that if that's okay.
And if I could just read a draft of the condition, and I would say that a digital LED screen, because the light components itself could be LED, right? They're more energy efficient. But a screen, the digital screen, shall not be permitted to be introduced for the new rooftop clock feature. And that the new rooftop clock feature shall be maintained in working order.
Good, yes.
Okay. And then there was also the requested waiver of 118-564-F6, which allows this board to waive the requirements for a demolition permit for non-contributing buildings.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Can we add to it as well if people agree with my comment about jazzing it up a little bit by putting some decorative tiles? It seemed like the applicants were receptive to it instead of just having a white
if I may,
vanilla building.
I wouldn't hold them to it, but invite them to explore it. It sounded like they were open to exploring it, but I wouldn't hold them to that particular design modification.
It sounds like the treatment for the west facade as well is for sure coming back here either way.
Correct. That is required to come back.
Is that okay, Stuart? We'll leave it like it is.
Well, I don't know if it's going to.
You made a motion and I made a second, and the question of whether you want to accept anything he says as a friendly amendment.
No, I made an amendment before about the maintain the clock in working order.
Right, that's done. That's done.
Correct.
Will you accept the additional as being an exploration of the possibilities, or does it have to happen?
But what does that mean? That the applicant would just come back before us and let us know if they can do it or not?
They have to come back with the west facade anyway.
They'd work with staff.
But that's not a condition for our approval that they would do anything with the west facade. They could change their minds.
So we have a motion and a second. this discussion, you're correct. There's not a mandate that they come back. They have expressed a desire, and included in the plans, they have kind of a space holder. And anything would be required to come back to this board in terms of a mural or any other artistic intervention on that facade. The discussion about maybe adding something else to make the architecture stand out more is somewhat vague, and I think staff would have a difficult time kind of guiding the applicant. We're happy with the design as it is. But I think if the maker of the motion wants to accept an amendment, we should get a little bit more specific. And I don't know if we have enough information because we don't have a proposal to do so.
And here's what I'm concerned about, that if we approve it as it is, that's just as it is. But if they're willing to explore doing something on the west side, and I've represented that they're going to come back with a plan for something decorative on the west side, and they're willing to explore perhaps other decorative treatments to the outside of the building on other sides, I would like that to be part, that they will come back to us with a proposal or report about decorative treatments that they've considered for the building, including the west side.
I think that sounds like a separate motion. Because if it's requested as part of a requirement, I mean, I think that you could require them to come back with an enhanced design for that west elevation, that blank wall. I think to add in that they should also come back with other decorative elements is too vague. I don't, without being specific, and
Well, what I had mentioned during the conversation was along the edges of the eyebrows and the balconies. Just something to give it a little luminosity, to shine, so it's not just another white building.
Mr. Reed, would you accept lighting?
Or lighting. It's up to them. It's their building.
I mean, I have to, if I could interject, I mean, I'm concerned, the way I see it, this clock is presented as an elegant component, and I'm a little concerned of other design elements competing with that without knowing what they're going to look like, that they may undermine the elegant feel of that, of the openness. I think it needs more discussion if we're going to explore that. I don't know how everyone else feels.
I think Rick's suggestion was that it's a separate motion is fine. If we want to move to have them come back to present the plans.
So is it okay if we move forward with a vote on this one?
Yeah, because if we would be getting the building as it is, we're getting a beautiful, wonderful building.
Okay.
That's my opinion, just as one person voting on the board. But I'm looking to add a little pizzazz to it and wondering if the board is going to make it some sort of requirement that we continue the conversation or add something.
I think the amendment would need to be part of the order if the board is interested in exploring that. So this is more a question of, there's a motion on the table to approve the project with the conditions that were included in the motion. This is more a question of, does the board want to include the proposed amendment in that motion? I don't think this could be done by separate.
What about a straw poll to see if the board is generally in favor of adding this additional condition to study the pizzazz?
That's fine. The board
can
do
a
that
straw poll
if
to
they'd
see
like that.
how the board feels about that before we add it to the motion? Would that be okay? Did I word that correctly?
That's fine. A straw poll is fine.
Okay. Should we say everybody in favor of asking the applicant to add pizzazz to the? I'm sure there's a better way to say it, but
I think we need Stuart's drawing of the building to understand what pizzazz is, because I really don't think the building needs anything on the outside, because it has the green and it has the clock and it has the depth of shadows and it already has a lot going on. it doesn't have a lot of color, like you're saying. But I understand that. But it's not. I don't think that's. I think that's part and parcel of what the Kobe Karp Norman Foster partnership has produced for us with their clients. So I would, without having your getting inside your head and kind of getting your drawing of it that you have in mind, I think we should. I would recommend that we can do a straw poll, but I would recommend that we kind of take the motion that's on the table right now, and then when the project comes back for the west facade, then we can have another conversation about color and about the way, because I think from your perspective, that's the west facade is really what you see mostly from Lincoln Road.
No,
I know you're flying in the sky in a helicopter looking at it from that aerial perspective, and nobody's ever going to be there. Right.
No, because the current building, as it is, you see the blue sky reflected. You see the clouds reflected. It sort of has some play and life to it. But the current building is great, but as a gateway to Lincoln Road, if it also had some tiling or glass or metal or light or whatever the professionals decide, I'm the non-professional here, I think that it would make a big difference for the feel of this entrance to Lincoln Road on this location.
Okay, we need to.
I'm sorry, there is a motion and a second.
Yeah.
We need to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to vote on the current motion?
Yeah, let's vote. I mean, I think Stuart's suggestion, I think the proper procedure would be that, you suggest it, and then the person who made the motion could accept it or not. Right?
Yes.
So, Mr. Pascal.
I mean, again, it's no disrespect. I'm worried that a design could come out being hokey, too. And what we have right now is elegant. And if something comes in front of the board for the west facade, if it's hokey, the board has the option of saying no. I'm afraid of opening that can of worms. Quite frankly, I'm not going to be on this board to see it. And I know that what we're approving today, in my mind, is elegant, at least. It's elegant and it's something that contributes to that area. It's really no offense on my part.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yeah.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Let's just do it together.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very, very, very much.
And then could I just make that separate motion that they will come back with a plan for the decorative treatment that they mentioned during their presentation?
You can ask them to, but the board has just approved the application, so it's up to the applicants to submit a new modification. The board could ask them to.
Okay, well, I'll just cross my fingers and say thanks for this good plan, and
And we heard you loud and clear, Mr. Lee. And when we come back, we will not forget these.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair,
much.
lunch has been delivered. We could take a lunch break. Come back in 20 minutes at 1 o'clock.
Okay, very good. We'll reconvene at 1. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back to the December HPB meeting. We are going to pick up where we left off, so I'll invite Debbie to introduce the next applicant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next application is HPB 220545. This is 1745 James Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of an existing building and the construction of a new building as part of a new hotel development on the site, including a variance from the loading space requirements. Quick background, I think maybe a couple of you at least remember this. This particular application in its exact form was presented to the board on July 14th, 2020, so just over 2 years ago. This project was presented and approved by the board. The certificate of appropriateness and the variance were approved for the construction of a new building. The applicant has the order, that the board issued. The code provides for a period of 18 months for the applicant to obtain a full building permit for the project And if the applicant is not able to obtain a full building permit within that 18-month period, there is a process in which they can apply to this board for a 1-year extension of time. Unfortunately, the applicant did not apply for that 1-year extension of time in the 90-day window they have after the application expires. Therefore, they are before you today to request the approval of the same project because they are not eligible for the 1-year extension that is allowed for under the code, but they didn't make that application in time for this board to hear the application for the extension of time. So just some brief background for those of the board members that aren't familiar with the project. The applicant is requesting approval for the design of a new 5-story hotel. In order to construct the new building, the applicant is proposing the total demolition of the existing 2-story structure. On page 9 of your report, we outline the conditions of the existing structure. So the existing structure is classified as contributing. However, a detailed analysis of the property revealed that the existing building is nothing like what was 2 independent individual buildings when they were originally constructed in 1951 and 1953, respectively. So when staff had looked at this 2 years ago, and when we looked at it again this year, we have no objection to the requested demolition and do not believe that the existing building warrants a classification of contributing, although it is contributing, and there's no proposal to change that. But for that reason, we do not have any objection to the demolition. With regard to the new construction portion, staff is supportive of the contemporary design language, which does incorporate changes in surface finishes and plane that serve to help to break down the scale of the building. Further, we believe the distribution of the architectural form has resulted in a new structure that is generally compatible with the neighboring buildings and surrounding historic district. With regard to the variance, this is a variance for loading spaces. So the parking section of the city code does require the applicant to provide 2 on-site loading spaces for the proposed 90 hotel units. The applicant is proposing to eliminate the on-site loading requirement, and because of the location of the site, that it mid-block and the character of the historic district, the last thing we would want to see is a large curb cut or driveway. We do believe that would adversely impact the character of the surrounding district and significantly diminish the quality of the pedestrian experience within this dense urban neighborhood. As such, staff finds that the limitations of the interior site with only 1 street front and no alley do create practical difficulties for granting the variance. If, for example, if they had come to us for a building and had proposed a 22-foot wide curb cut in order to accommodate the loading, staff would not have supported that in terms of a certificate of appropriateness. So because of the certificate of appropriateness criteria, which require projects to be compatible with the pedestrian environment and consistent with the character of the district, we are supportive of that particular variance request to not provide on-site loading. They will be required prior to the approval of a building permit to have a loading plan approved by the city's parking department for on-street loading. And with that, I have nothing more to add, but I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Debbie. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, then I'll invite the applicant to make their presentation.
Good afternoon again. Now it's afternoon. Alfredo Gonzalez for the record on behalf of Greenberg Traurig. On behalf of the applicant, here with me today from ownership is Mr. and Mrs. Tannenbaum. Buzlon, the construction project managers, and Louis Revelta, the architectural team. As Debbie pointed out, this project did come before this board a couple times and was approved back in July of 2020. As we were all in COVID, it was one of the early approvals in Zoom when that first started. But because of the climate and the issues that transpired during COVID, not the clientele in the market kind of shifted for them, and they weren't able to secure a building permit on this project within the allotted time. Which triggered coming back before this board and asking for the same project to be approved. And I want to be clear, the project just before you today was what this board approved on July 14, 2020. It had been continued. There were comments from board members. There were comments from the community. We worked with everyone. And this was a project that was supported by all, and we are making no changes. I will tell you that since that period of time, everything has been, all the ducks have been lined up, and they're ready to move forward for permitting. So design development is completed. The construction documents are ready to be submitted for building permit in January, beginning of the year. So obviously we could start the process, but we can't secure a building permit for the project without this board's reapproval of the project. And as Debbie mentioned, while these are listed today as a contributing building, it's interesting to note that there were two separate apartment buildings by two different architects, 1745, 1735, built in the 50s, a couple years apart. It wasn't until the 80s that under the ownership person who acquired both properties, they took the front lawns, demolished it, and the front facades, and created what we call the Miami Vice era in the 80s, and what you see today as Sanctuary. So, and the buildings, when originally the historic district was put in place, they were not contributing. They were listed as non-historic conforming buildings to the district, which was a category the city has since deleted from the designation. And any property that was categorized non-historic conforming building automatically was reclassified as contributing. So that's how this site became a contributing building. So we were asking for the approval for the demolition of these two buildings and the new hotel to be approved. It's about a 90-room hotel. You'll also see that as Sanctuary, before it closed, now it's been boarded up since my client acquired it, used to be a 32-room hotel, also had a restaurant that served about 800 people that was open till 5 o'clock in the morning. So it had a very active restaurant activity going on till late night in the neighborhood. And what we're proposing is just strictly 90 hotel rooms. There will be a small 460 square foot cafeteria restaurant, which is really more for the hotel guests for breakfast, and it's not a destination restaurant. And historically, there had never been a loading zone, a curb cut for this project. It had always worked with the City of Miami Beach to allow loading on the street. As Debbie mentioned, the area, because it's an interior street on James Avenue, the community doesn't really want to create many curb cuts to interfere with the pedestrian experience, and putting a loading zone, two-space loading zone on the site would basically obviate the entire front facade of this building. So that's just why the board 2 years ago supported the variance, and it was approved. Happy to have Louis Revelta go over the plans and give you a quick overview, and then we're happy to answer any questions. And again, the staff recommended the proposed order is pretty much identical to what staff recommended last time, so we're not recommending any changes.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Luis from.
Could we do the PowerPoint? PJ, can you upload? There we go. Thank you.
Luis Revuelta, Revuelta Architecture, 2950 Southwest 27th Avenue, Coconut Grove. Good to see you all. John, I guess congratulations. Welcome back to the board. May be in order.
Thanks.
I'll let you be the judge for that. Some of you already have seen this project. I'll make it short. The couple of things I want to bring up is that our building has tried very hard. We have tried very hard to reinterpret issues of the Leonard Glasser buildings, which is the frame openings, some monumental architectural statements, wraparound horizontal issues and eyebrows, and a prevalence of a higher degree of solid stucco block surfaces versus glazing. We worked extensively with staff back and forth in trying to achieve this balance, and as you know, the building was approved. The other thing is that our side setbacks are 8 feet. We have 10'9", and in the center, given this being a hotel product, has allowed us to shrink the center of the building mass, providing a lot of light and air to the neighbors to the north and the south. We also have a breezeway that I think will enhance the breezes and light and air also for the neighbors of the north and the south side. Other than that, we can flip quickly through for those of you who were not in the board before, but these are just, again, the typical location plans. Next. This gives you a sense of how the building sits on James Avenue. Next. If you guys want to stop on a certain slide, just stop me, but I don't want to bore you guys. This is what the building looks like today, which Alfredo and David did a great job explaining why we are where we are. Next. Again, this exemplifies what the two buildings were before, with just one space and side setbacks. Next. This gives you a context view of what's happening with the adjacent buildings for a couple of blocks on James Avenue on the east side. Next. West side, which basically gives you also an indication of the scale and context. Next. These are examples of what we have tried to reinterpret and use as an inspiration and incorporate it in our building design. Next. Lot size. Next. This is an overall roof site plan view. I'm sorry, should have started with the ground lobby, but this indicates how the building is it's an I-shaped building in which, again, we're exceeding the setbacks on the north and the south to our neighbors, and the building shrinks in the center, which allows courtyards actually at either side in the center, plus the fact that you'll see we have a breezeway that connects these two courtyards, which I think is going to be very elegant for the building, and actually I think it will benefit the neighbors to the north and the south. Next. This is the ground level plan. We have a reflecting pool in the center, and this is the breezeway that I spoke about that connects the north and south courtyards. Again, when the building retreats from the north and side property lines, creating light and air. Next. This is the second level of the breezeway. Next. The typical level with the hotel units. Next. The roof plan, which essentially you already saw with a different coloration. We're introducing a lot of landscape on the roof area and the perimeter of the roof. Next. Next. The elevation. Next. This is the west elevation of the building. This gives you a context, a feel for what is there now and what we're proposing. And again, got approved before. Next. These are the materials that we're proposing to use. I think you have that in your packet. You can see it much better when you're packaged than I think in the screen. Next. This gives you a sense of what the breezeway looks like, and this is basically connecting the courtyards in the north and the south to the center where the reflecting pool is. Next. Next, it's an elevation section, basically much more of the same. Next. Next. This is an aerial view of the building urban context. Next, in closing, and this is a ground level view of the building, just showing the articulation, design detail, proportions, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, I hope I made it as short as I could for you guys. We're here for any questions. Thank you, and good to see you all again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Revuelta.
You can call me Luis, please.
Any board questions for the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go on to disclosures and public hearing. Any disclosures from the board? Seeing none, then we'll invite the public to come and speak.
Hi, I'm Roger Goldblatt. It's like deja vu all over again, as they say. 2.5 years ago, I was here. I just moved down. I live in a building across the street, 1750 James. And we obviously lost because, it was blocking our view, blah, 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 blah. No one's guaranteed a view. You appreciate it when you have it. What we learned, though, from the work done on 18th and James, Hotel 18, which is a very similar situation, a lot of promises were not followed through on. We were very concerned about entrances on 17th Street because it's just a small, congested street. And they said, no, entrances will be on 18th Street. Well, there's a valet stand on 17th Street there. Also, they were going to do landscaping on the top so we wouldn't see the air conditioning units. They're gone. So now we have a situation with delivery trucks, double parked, blocking James, like all the way down the street, because there's basically a single lane in each direction. So you have an Amazon delivery truck. You have people checking in, double parking, triple parking. Now it's going to happen here as well, especially since there's going to be 90 units or 90 hotel rooms. Where are those people going to park? Where are they going to be dropped off? What's going to happen on our street? Last weekend, 3 different times, people were blocking our garage. They permanently parked in front of our garage. We had to call towing because people didn't know where to park, so they just parked anywhere they want to park. Like, why not? The plan is a compromise. They actually did ask us for advice, and we said don't do it. But this isn't terrible. It's a nice design. The current design, whoever has been responsible these past 2.5 years have shown no responsibility. We've had arson 4 times in that building, prostitutes regularly, drug deals like every minute. It's been a blight to the neighborhood, which is a shame because it's a beautiful, beautiful building. I mean, the Sanctuary is a really nice building. And I just feel like I have 37 seconds. People only get 3 minutes, but developers seem to get like a lot longer. But I have a real concern that citizens aren't heard here. I moved from Washington, D.C., where like it's kind of political as well. And people have more of a say there than it seems here because I speak for people in our building. It's a really nice middle-class building. I mean, they really are. Most people probably don't speak English as their first language. They care about each other. They hate what's happening to their neighborhood, the safety, the concern of all these new people. James is a really cool street. It's a nice little enclave. Anyway, my 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming back. Is there someone else in the room who's going to speak on the Sanctuary project?
Hello, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. Just as the previous application 2 years ago, we support this project along with the staff recommendations for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Dennis Chung.
Hi, Dennis. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Dennis Chung, a resident at 1750 James Avenue, which is located directly opposite 1745 James Avenue. I thank every member of this respected board for this opportunity. I have owned and lived in my building since 2013. My condo is a humble building built in the 70s, and as such, it is currently going through a 50th year recertification. I love my building, I love my neighbors, and I love living on James Avenue. It is a quiet and mostly residential street, but because of my building's current 50th year recertification process and the required assessments, I'm experiencing a lot of psychological and financial stress at the moment. The only reprieve I have from all of this is the fact that I can still open my balcony windows, feel the openness around my building, see the palm trees, and look at the beautiful Art Deco low-rise buildings around me, including the two-story Sanctuary Hotel at 1745 James Avenue. If this building, which I personally believe to be historic and beautiful Art Deco-like structure, is completely demolished and a new taller hotel is built, it'll completely block all my existing views. I'm devastated by the prospect of it. The only reprieve I have in my life these days will be taken away. I sincerely and passionately hoped that the developer will simply refinish the existing two-story sanctuary and not demolish it completely, just like the Hotel Gale around the corner. But oh well, such is my luck. I'm firstly concerned about the noise during the demolition and the construction of the new building. I request that the developer become more sensitive to that. Second, I'd like to request that the new hotel is built precisely within the height limit, not an inch higher. Please avoid putting heavy equipment like the air conditioners on the roof, and please place some palm trees if possible. Third and finally, I'm concerned that this new hotel will significantly change the quiet and residential feel of James Avenue. We have many residential condos on James Avenue, as well as the beautiful Temple Emmanuel and Montessori School for Children. I wonder how this quiet James Avenue will be able to accommodate the increased foot traffic, additional cars and trucks, and additional parking spaces that will be necessary to operate this new hotel. I request that the developer and the city come up with a solution to address these potential issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker on Zoom is Joseph Magazine.
Hi, Joseph. You remain under oath. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, all. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I understand that my comments will not fall under the purview of the Historic Preservation Board, but I was just hoping to get them on record. Of all the things that I advocate for in our city, they all tend to be centered in either the facilitation of residential housing or economic development. Right now, our entire country is facing a housing affordability crisis, and the epicenter of that is in Miami-Dade, and even more specifically, Miami Beach. The only way to address that is increasing our supply of housing stock. I do not begrudge any developer for building what is the highest return on his investment. So that's where I think is the city's place to step in and say, if we want to help our residents, our constituents, with their housing affordability, we must facilitate more residential housing stock. And the only way to do that is when you have opportunities like this in a non-prime, non-luxury area that is infill, where you can take a project, you're doing a total tear down, a blank template, and you facilitate full-time residential housing there. Now, again, that's not the developer's responsibility, it's the city's responsibility to create zoning and code that incentivizes the most economical use for the developer is to create that residential housing. Again, I understand this probably doesn't fall under the purview of the plan, of the HPB, but I was just hoping to share these comments. So thank you again for your time, consideration today, and everything you do for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lois.
Hi, Lois. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Lois, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was in another meeting and I missed all that went before now. So I'm just jumping in here to add that I was in opposition to granting a variance for loading space requirements because of the lack of parking spaces in our area. We recently had the UMA house across the street from where I am. I'm at 1776 James, and they took over one parking space for valet parking. The Casa Tua down at the corner has one valet space. The Montessori School, which was fairly new, has an entrance and an exit parking space taken. And we have 3 condo buildings in our block that need parking for visitors. So we just need the parking spaces. We need them to have their own entrance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lois. I'm seeing no other members on Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. We'll invite the applicant to rebut if they would like.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make a couple comments. Number one, there were a lot of references to the uses and the activity on James Avenue. I think it should be noted that, number one, historically, this was a hotel with a restaurant bar that operated till 5 a.m. with 2 loading spaces for valet and loading in front of the property on the right-of-way. So that's been the case since Sanctuary was redeveloped as a hotel and until it went into disrepair. As far as the conditions of the building, we're trying to get it, we've had a struggle trying to keep it under control because my client acquired the building when it was already in disrepair, and we did have problems from the acquisition. And if we could demolish it tomorrow and help with that, address that concern, we would. But this is, since it's listed as a contributing building, until I get a full building permit for the new project, I can't, we can't ask for the demolition like in the previous application. But I also want to point out a few things because the same ownership has Hotel 18, which is just to the north in the corner. When this application came before the board for the first time, it was during COVID. Actually, one of the only meetings I had with individuals, all in masks and protected, was with the Condo Association of 1750 James, and we did work with that board. They had concerns about Hotel 18 that was already approved and under construction, and they wanted to see more landscaping, and they wanted to see if, even though what was approved on the roof plan, it could be condensed. My client voluntarily agreed to add additional landscaping, which was added and on top of what was required from that approval. And they did bunch up some of the rooftop to create more view corridors at Hotel 18. In addition, working with the association, we enhanced our rooftop with more landscaping. We reduced it. The original design had a trellis, and it was a more expansive rooftop. We did scale it back, which was ultimately supported by the association. So what you're seeing here today did address those concerns. As far as loading, we will work with the city, and obviously James Avenue is a mixed use. It has a residential, and the 1715, I may add, is an 11-story building, which obviously is a legal non-conforming building. So we, I think, addressed the overall concerns, and we got support of the Collins Park Neighborhood Association at that time and MDPL, and that's why this board unanimously approved the project, which we're asking for the same approval. And like I said, we're ready to submit for building permit in January if this gets approved today, so that the demolition gets closer. And with that, unless if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer any.
Okay, thank you. Board member comment. Who would like to begin? Ray?
First off, I personally would never go against a previous board's decision. That would make it seem like they were in error, which I would not do. Anybody that's walked by this property, it is really falling apart. I mean, literally. When he showed the picture of the current condition, I laughed. That was the current condition maybe 10 years ago. But at any rate, the faster that this property can get developed, the better. And originally, the Sanctuary Hotel was a party hotel. This is not going to be a party hotel. This is going to be, a hotel where people are going to go to that don't want to be in the middle of the party scene, in my opinion. And I think it's a great asset to the neighborhood. Uma, which is where Hotel 18 is a beautiful property. I've been by it many times. I've been through it. It's definitely an asset to the neighborhood, and this would also be an asset to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Stuart?
Well, I agree with Ray that it would be an asset to the neighborhood. I think for its use as a hotel, it looks totally appropriate. It would fit in. I think the landscaping plan looks great, the diversity of plants used. But regarding the variance, I mean, instinctively, I would agree that having them make a curb cut for loading on site seems like it would not be a good idea for this site or for the neighborhood necessarily, except I hear the residents' comments that they are concerned about loading trucks on the street as it is already. But the fact is that the code itself requires that on-site loading, and then in order to approve a variance and say that they can't have it, we need to have evidence that shows that the city code, the criteria in the code have been satisfied, that it's and essentially that they can't make a use of the property without the variance. That's the law, is that you can't use the property if you don't get the variance, and that may be the case, but I didn't hear anything today or see anything today to show me that the property could not be used without the on-site loading. So I couldn't support the variance, even though I think it's a great design for the neighborhood.
Thanks, Stuart. John?
I know that location very well. I used to live near there. I had my parents with children used to be there. It was a wonderful place. I hadn't heard anything about this problem that you're all talking about till I heard it right now. And I do not understand how it got that way. Can somebody describe it any better than... No?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Nancy.
The question is that I know the place. I never thought anything was the matter over there. I lived along there for
Were you ever by it when it was the Sanctuary, a party hotel operating till 5 a.m.? No. That's why. You're thinking of it back when it was, I believe it was a retirement home or something, when the two buildings were.
Yes,
so
yes.
you're thinking way back, even before I got to Miami Beach. So
what is the problem that we can't help them get back to some semblance of order? It sounds like we're going to have to just let them go.
I mean, this was already approved by a previous board, and they're just bringing it back because they made a mistake in terms of not asking for an extension. So, this, if you go back to the history, this was already totally approved. And as was pointed out, as president of the Collins Park Neighborhood Association, it came to us, it was fully vetted, and we said, wow, what a great relief compared to all the code compliance complaints and everything else that the sanctuary had. So this is now a step way better than what was currently there before.
And is this going to give the people who have lived there any
But there's no height variance or anything. Some of them were complaining about their views. I mean, you don't own your view, and they're not asking for a height variance.
They're not asking for anything?
Not a height variance.
What said the what? What was that?
The variance was already discussed. It was for the parking or the on-site loading, unloading.
I missed that. Now tell me what that is.
Yeah, that's well. Maybe Deborah could reiterate.
Okay,
So-
maybe we'll okay. Go ahead.
I'm here if you have any questions, Nancy.
I don't have questions. I think it's disgraceful that that neighborhood has returned to life.
Yeah, I think, I mean, one of the issues is the sanctuary, as it sits now, has been vacant for quite some time. And from my experience, that's just about the worst thing you can have in a neighborhood because, properties are required by the city to be secured. But I've seen some very creative endeavors from vagrants and from people who want to trespass and loiter and do all sorts of things. When it's a vacant building is an attractive nuisance to certain people that want to break in and want to do all sorts of activities that are undesirable. And I think I don't know about all of the issues. Obviously, we've seen an increase in traffic congestion throughout the city. That's true. That's citywide, right? We've seen certain changes of uses. A hotel is a permitted use in the RM2. For a while, we saw a lot of hotel projects. Now we're seeing more diversity in terms of we're getting a lot of office projects, which I couldn't have anticipated 5 or 6 years ago. So I think, some of the issues that we heard from some of the residents, I think some of those are in part due to the fact that there's a large vacant property. It's a double lot across from them. And when you have a vacant structure, bad things happen. From my experience in urban environments, that you do have an undesirable situation. I think returning this property back to active use, if it's a well-run operation and they're abiding by, the conditions in the order, and there are some operational conditions in the order that was previously approved that everyone agreed to at the time, then it would be beneficial. Obviously, the construction process is not fun for anyone. I personally live across the street from a massive construction site. The good thing about those are it's temporary, but it's inconvenient. And I would hope that the property owner of this application will work with their neighbors during the construction process to make sure that if there's any issues with dust or noise or construction parking, that all be taken care of.
How much of this has to do with city neglect?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything from the testimony that was complaining about the infrastructure in the neighborhood. I know there's the Public Works Department. I know we've been upgrading. I'm not sure what the plan is for this area, but I don't believe I heard any complaints specifically about city infrastructure. Now, we have a code compliance department that will issue violations, and I believe in the past this property has received violations. We also have a building department that requires vacant buildings to be secured. If that's not happening, then that's something that if the neighbors are still on the line and you have concerns about people accessing the building who aren't allowed to be in the building, or trash or other maintenance issues with the building, please contact me and I will put you in contact with the proper city officials who could issue violations. Because there may be, the code compliance department in the city has an impossible job. I will say that hopefully not too much longer, but currently they have an impossible job and they may not be aware of maintenance issues for this property. And unfortunately, sometimes the only way we can become aware is if neighbors reach out to us.
Well, since this is been brought up. Is there something that we can do, or that's not our business? I hope that's not the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's more that the property owner could potentially do if the neighbors have issues with the maintenance of their property. So if the chair doesn't mind, I wouldn't mind hearing what the applicant would respond to in terms of the issues that you can control with the current conditions of the site to make your neighbors' lives more pleasant.
Wait, so there are people here who are...
Alfredo represents the property owner, and he can speak to any conditions on the site that could be potentially improved to address some of the concerns of the neighbors.
I only say this because I know what that neighborhood used to be. And
Yeah, on the mic.
oh, I'm gonna get I have to attach this to my head. I wouldn't bring this up if.
Speak into it.
Thank you, Daddy. That's very nice. I wouldn't have brought this up for any. I mean, there are 1,000 places in the city that need help. But I feel so strongly about this one because I knew what it was like. It was a wonderful neighborhood. Everybody, they were all friends, mostly elderly. I guess that got out of the way. But how it could just be diminished into what I hear is happening, it's deplorable. And I think if we can find a way that the city can do something about it, or if they have a group amongst themselves, I don't know if they have that, but there should be something more than just letting this go. It sounded to me like we were going to get rid of it.
Maybe Alfredo could
I'm happy to
chime in. I mean, we're in the middle of board comments here, so I don't know. Should we finish our board comments and then let Alfredo?
It's up to you.
Okay. Why don't we get through our board comments, Alfredo, and then
Okay.
we'll save some time.
Okay.
So I think we heard from.
I'll
we
go.
were going to hear from John.
Yeah, okay. No, I think I'm very supportive of giving this project a second chance. I think, you guys had all the ducks in line. Right after I left the board, I didn't see this the first time around, but yeah, it sounds like everything was kind of there, and I would be supportive of it going through as with staff recommendations. And I understand the staff conversation about the variance and the curb cut being a pedestrian issue, and I'm in light of the fact that we've heard from so many people who live in the neighborhood, it sounds like approving that variance to improve the lives of those who walk and bike and kind of are on that road all the time would be really would be very important. So I would suggest I would recommend putting this forward as is.
Thank you, John. Kirk.
Thank you. So I was on the board the last time this came through us. I remember it well. I'm just going to say what I'm going to say for posterity. So initially, there was a Glasser and Ungaro building, which unfortunately, I mean, they're two very exciting to me mid-century architects, and unfortunately were disfigured beyond recognition. The only concern for me when this first, not the only, one of the concerns that I struggled with at the time this came before us was that the two historic buildings were court-facing, two buildings side by side, but they were configured where the side courts faced each other. What's being proposed here, the issue I had with it at the time in terms of compatibility was the outward-facing balconies, because to some extent, to me, within a historic district, sometimes it could be a cause for concern for me to think of balconies hovering over historic buildings and the impact those might have, specifically with the hotel use. But at the time, the consolation for me was that those side-facing balconies are 27 feet from the lot line. And so at the time I was okay with it, but I still want to say this for posterity because I think it needs to be considered on these types of projects. But as I supported it the last time, I intend to support it again this time. Thank you.
And I really appreciate, as always, the public stepping forward to voice their concerns. This is the right forum for you to do so, and always encourage and invite residents to speak their concerns. And the issues of the loading, I think, are real concerns. I'm curious to hear what Alfredo may have to say, and I don't know what else there might be able to do about that. But the blighted property, I mean, I think everybody wants this to go forward, so I'm prepared to support it again, and encourage the residents to organize and take their issues up with the commission.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to respond to some of the comments. As far as the conditions of the building, which we all understand is deplorable, this board talked about sanctuary while I was at other hearings over the last year. When it was acquired by the current ownership, it was already in that deplorable condition. So they've been trying to move forward, and it would have gone forward but for the problems with COVID. I will tell you that with Hotel 18, in the height of COVID, when there was a total lockdown, we were talking, when this approval was done, construction was ongoing at Hotel 18. There were concerns about a lot of the residents, including from 1750 and other buildings, because now everyone was at home 24/7, and there's an active construction site. So there was a lot of accommodations by the same developer in working with their neighbors. Like I said, the James site, they added additional landscaping. They kind of bunched up some of the rooftop mechanical equipment to reduce the view corridors and have a greater view corridor. And I can tell you, and she's here today, Mrs. Tenenbaum, who works with what I call the boss. She's in contact directly at all times with code and the police department, especially with Hotel 18, since it's operating. If there's any issues, they contact her and say there's a problem, and they immediately are addressing. And they own properties throughout the beach, and they've always kept a very good relationship with the city. So the same with Sanctuary. They keep closing it up. People come in and they break the locks, and they keep getting into the property. So we understand that's a problem. We've been trying to address it, and actually my client had asked, is there any way I can get a demolition done faster? But because it was classified contributing, we have to deal with the situation in hand. So as far as loading, and I do think that there is hardships here. This site, for historically, all loading occurred on the sidewalk, on the public right-of-way. When it operated as an old age home, prior to its transformation to, as Mr. Resident said, a party hotel, the Sanctuary, all loading, all valet services till 5 in the morning, people coming and going, always occurred at the right-of-way. That's the character of that neighborhood. They actually discourage breaking up the sidewalk, as Debbie has mentioned and others have mentioned, and creating curb cuts. This area doesn't have a parking requirement for hotels in the area. So it was forced to provide this massive a loading zone for 2 parking spaces and be able to get into the site, park 2 cars, and get off. You would basically, in the small space, eliminate a big portion of the building. And I will tell you, with no parking requirements, it would be the sole purpose for loading only. The city regulates the loading in that area and tries to create pockets so loading doesn't happen just all throughout the neighborhood. That they coordinate with all the different property owners to try where they can to lump up loading. So we will continue to, we'll work with the city parking department to minimize the impact on loading. But I will tell you, and even our traffic study says, the difference between is de minimis. It's a de minimis in traffic, and we're actually, by bringing hotel guests, We're not bringing any type of late night users, active use, and it's a hotel, like a 4-star hotel done for people who want to have more quieter experiences than going to some of the other hotels along in the area that are more active, that have bars and restaurants. So I do think that I know that the variance standard is difficult in the city of Miami Beach, but I think this project shows that, and the board and previous board also found that there was sufficient hardship under the circumstance to approve it. So with that, hopefully, all right.
Can I ask a question?
Whatever you like. Speak into the mic.
Just speak. That I'm happy to speak, whether it's into the mic or where. There are 3 blocks, from what I remember, 3 blocks of this area. Is it still that way? 3 blocks?
Well, yeah, the
Who
James,
lives
remember,
there?
James ends on 20th, is it? It dead ends onto 20th Street. So it's still the same. I mean,
It's still the same from when it was the elderly people lived there. And is the whole thing a mess, or just a bit of it, or how to
We gotta keep moving here. Is the question addressed to Alfredo?
Well, I'm still afraid. Yes, you ask him.
Because the length of the street hasn't changed. 3 blocks.
It's 3
And
blocks.
that last block, Pastina, has 3 buildings as one hotel.
And
You may forget about that. But
all 3 of the blocks are the same, or it's just one block that's making the problem?
there's not really a problem.
Well,
Like a lot of
issues
people.
are problems.
Okay, so thank you, Alfredo. Any board members, any final comments before we take a motion?
Can I move this item?
Sure, yeah.
So I'd like to move it. I just wanted to see if there was a consensus on John's feeling with regard to the curb cut. I guess that's a separate motion.
Yeah, that would
anyway.
be for the variance.
Okay, so I'll move the COA with staff recommendation.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay, I think Mr. Stewart seconded, but that's okay. Let me call the roll. Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Mr. Stewart, okay, yes.
Mr. Breslin, I know it's very tricky and you're sitting
Yes.
next to each other. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, and now, so that motion passes. We have the variance for the loading. And I just want to point out in the draft order, there are some conditions specific to the operations of the loading that we've included and the applicant has agreed to. And that would be starting on page 3 of the draft order, page 3 and 4. If that helps any of the board members with the comfort level in terms of when they can actually use the commercial loading. It's restricted, for example, it's restricted Monday through Friday. They're only permitted for the commercial loading between 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. So there will be no trucks parked there after 3 o'clock in the afternoon for this operation, for the loading operation of this hotel. On Saturday and Sunday, that time is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. We also have conditions with regard to the size of vehicles that are permitted. And the vehicles shall not exceed 20 feet.
And those.
What question for staff?
That's approved by the parking department.
Why is it 3 p.m. Monday through Friday and 6 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday?
I think I know these were agreed upon between the applicant and I think with the condo association. I think the idea is that parking on Saturday and Sunday in a residential area is much easier than it is during the week after hours. Parking is restricted to residential only on all day Saturday and Sunday, whereas on Monday through Friday, parking's only restricted to residential use after 6 p.m. So this will get their trucks off the road at 3 p.m. So people, early birds like me who come home at 5 or 5:30, those trucks would not be taking up parking spaces at that time.
And these conditions stay with the property?
Correct. Okay. And under the jurisdiction of this board.
Can I move to approve the variance?
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? A second by Ms. Liebman. Let me call the roll. Mr. Stewart? Yes. Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, so that is approved. Great, thank you. Okay, we have one more regular application, and I've been told there's a soccer game on, apparently, so hopefully we can get through this one quickly. And then we have, as a board, we have a discussion item that should also be relatively quick.
Mayor,
all right, let's go to the final application. If we could take the conversations outside, that would be helpful. The next application is HPB 220546. This is 1901 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a waiver from Section 118-564F6 to allow for the issuance of the demolition permit for the non-contributing tower addition for the non-contributing buildings prior to the approval of a building permit for the approved project. As most of you, I think, recall, this particular...
Guys, can we take the conversations outside, please?
There was a project approved on May 10th of 2022 of this year for a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the Cromwell Hotel building, the Shore Club Hotel building, the total demolition of the existing 20-story addition, and the 2-story cabana structure, as well as the introduction of a new multifamily residential tower and landscape and hardscape plans. At the time of the approval, the applicant had not anticipated what is likely to be an extremely lengthy process for the demolition of the non-contributing portion. So you have the Chipperfield Tower, which was already approved, the certificate of appropriateness for the demolition, and then you have the cabana structures. Because there are also contributing structures on the site, the phasing of that and the method of demolition needs to occur much slower and much more carefully as to not to disturb the existing contributing building structures. So therefore, the applicant reached out to staff and we advised them that they could request this waiver. Again, this is only for the non-contributing structures, not the contributing structures. And they have requested the waiver. Staff believes, due to the unique circumstances with multiple buildings on the site, as well as the fact that we do want to see this project move forward as quickly as possible, but also as safely as possible, that we are supportive of the waiver, and we are recommending that the board allow for the non-contributing portions, those demolition permit requirements to be waived. I am here for any questions. So they're asking for a waiver only right now.
Any board members have questions for staff?
I do.
Yes.
I mean, go ahead, Stuart.
Has this issue come up before? Because today it seems like it's coming up on 2 or 3 applications is the timing of the demolition permit, and it's never. I don't recall it coming before us. This type of issue before.
I can answer that, but if you want to ask all your questions, I'm happy to do that as well.
I'm just trying to get a better understanding if the requirements are in place to safeguard the historic buildings. What measures are not going to be taken that would have safeguarded those buildings if this is approved today?
So to answer Mr. Reed's question, this actually does happen, but typically it's rolled in to the first application. In this instance, I think it was an afterthought by the applicant in terms of, their process, and once they got the approval, figuring out their timeline. It doesn't happen extremely often because mostly we're seeing contributing properties, right? We have a lot more contributing buildings in the historic districts than we do non-contributing buildings. So it's, most of our applications, again, deal with contributing buildings. The waiver is not eligible for contributing buildings. But when we run into circumstances where we're demoing a non-contributing building, it does happen quite often. To answer Mr. Pascal's question regarding what additional measures, I don't think there are. I think regardless of the timing, they would institute the same exact safety measures to protect those contributing buildings. What I've discussed with the applicant is because there's a lot of extra safeguards that need to happen regardless of when they get their permit, it's going to take them a lot more time than they had initially anticipated. I know I saw their engineer is here, their shoring engineer, and I think once they got their approval, they started looking at timing and realized all of these things that are going to be required to protect the contributing buildings is going to extend their timeline out significantly. So if they could start that now before they get the full building permit for the full project, which will probably take quite some time, maybe 6 months, hopefully, maybe up to a year. I think that's what the idea was. And staff is very supportive of moving this project forward. We think it will be an amazing project, not only for this property, but also for the district in terms of the quality of the project. But it is a rather large project, and the permitting process will take a good amount of time.
Can I just ask one follow-up question? So who would be the responsible party that oversees that the contributing buildings are safeguarded as part of that process if the full permit hasn't been pulled yet?
That would be the project team, including the project engineer and the shoring engineer.
But nobody on behalf of the city?
No, the building department.
The building department will also do periodic inspections. The building department, doesn't prepare the plans, but they review them, and they review the shoring plans.
Okay, so there would just be a separate permit for the demolition versus the new construction?
Correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Neeson Kazan, Ackerman, LLP, representing the applicant. And with me today as well is the principal, Alex Witkoff, of the owner of the property and the developer of the property, who, by the way, has a flight this afternoon, so we'd appreciate any consideration in terms of timing. Kobe Karp, the architect for the project as well, who will be presenting with me, as well as representatives of the contractor, the BG Group, which will conduct the demolition of the property, as well as Coastal Construction, the contractor for the property, and our structural engineer, Yusuf Hachem. Debbie has given a very thorough explanation of the reasons for why we are before you, and it is similar to the one you just approved verbally earlier this afternoon on the 407 building, a non-contributing building. We are seeking the waiver to permit the demolition prior to the full building permit. If we could tee up the presentation, please. Thank you. No? That's the wrong one, yes. There's another one. That's the opposition. Okay. No? No? No, that's not it. You could stop, maybe clock.
Yes, that's what we actually have on Novus. So just bear with me 1 second so I can verify if there's another presentation that was submitted. All right, just give me one moment.
Yeah. Anybody have anything to disclose?
Just that I probably, like everybody else, received an email from SETI regarding coordinating the efforts with them and wanting to have a representative and all of that. So I want to go on record that I received that.
Great. You're probably not alone.
And I received, as everybody else did, what had come up on the screen before from Kent Robbins' office.
Okay.
Yeah, I received that email, and I spoke to Alex Witkoff on the phone.
Great. I didn't check my email, so didn't get any. Guys, any? All right. So
Same.
we're done with disclosures. Any progress there, PJ? Okay. If anybody's interested, Argentina and Croatia are in their 14th minute, and it is scoreless.
A presentation had been sent a few days ago, so that's another good reason to expedite this hearing.
Discussion item first.
Well, Neeson, we do, the plan, they could probably pull up the plan set. I don't know if that's helpful for you, because I saw the plan set is posted.
Perhaps, I mean, let me see if we.
Okay, I will keep trying.
Is there any chance this is straightforward enough that?
I think so, but I think there's opposition, so maybe it's on the record.
Okay, we're good.
All right.
There we go. So,
Nick, can we reset the clock? Thanks.
Of course.
Thank you. So to continue, why we want to seek this waiver at this time is to move this project forward, just as Debbie said. We will save 8 months and provide a better and more self-contained staging area for the new construction. And to Mr. Pascal's comment as well, one thing you don't want to have happen is having the construction and the demolition all occurring on the site at the same time. So the staging of this and the extra time to carefully do the demolition is important, not only in terms of expediting the process, and you've all said, let's get these projects moving, but also in terms of safeguarding the historic building. And to let you know how ready our client is to move forward, the contractor has been selected for this project, Coastal Construction. The condominium documents have been filed with the state of Florida, and the hotel brand has been selected, Auberge. Now, as has been explained to you by Debbie, the methodology, means, and methods of the demolition and the construction is not the jurisdiction of the Historic Preservation Board. It is under the purview of the Building Department, the Public Works Department, which have authority over these matters. However, what we want to do is to bring to your attention the careful manner and method in which the demolition of the non-contributing buildings will take place. And so with that, if we go to the next slide, you'll see there are five non-contributing sections to the existing Shore Club property. One is the Chipperfield Tower, built and completed in 2000. 2 is a little annex building next to that, completed at the same time. 3 is a colonnade, which was built at the same time as well. 4, the pool area, and 5, the cabanas, all built at the same time. Go to the next slide. And you see there the buildings that will be removed, the non-contributing buildings, and the buildings that will be retained, the historic buildings, the Shore Club Annex, the Cromwell as well. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kobe, who can walk you through the step-by-step process by which the demolition will occur.
Hi, Kobe Karp. Good afternoon. As Neeson has mentioned, this in orange is what we're looking to demolish. Next image, please. Here you can see it also from the ocean side. Next image, please. That's the site plan, and what we're looking to do essentially is a pool, and the pool will be filled, and that's going to be our staging area, so we have more space. Next image, please. This is the site, and what we're looking to do is basically the Cromwell to maintain in the Shore Club while doing the removal of the building that was built recently. Next image, please. That's the building in blue. Next image, please. And as it was built separately and independently, it stands on its own structurally. Next image, please. Actually, if you go back one image, I'm sorry, to just, the protective element is in the green that wraps all the way around the building. Next image, please. And then they come on the inside, and obviously they're structurally supported, and then they chip away at it. Next image, please. And that's what it will look like. Next image, please. And that's in blue, the phasing of the removal. Next image, please.
If I may, can
Yes.
we go back a couple of slides? I just want to explain a little greater length to one before that. Yeah, that one. Just so you understand, this is where the historic Shore Club and the Chipperfield, the non-contributing building, connect. So what's being done there, and you see the picture on the left, is internal bracing of the inside of the Shore Club structure, so that during the period of demolition and construction of the new building, that building will be braced and protected. Pardon.
No, very good. And the idea, again, is to get to the point, which is the protection of the existing buildings that we have in red and shown all the way around. Go ahead. You were going to say something else?
No, just at the also, and you'll see as the succeeding slides, that the entire Chipperfield Tower is going to be encased to protect from any debris.
Correct.
Scattering. Please go ahead.
And so we come in, and I'll talk slowly and louder. So what we're removing is we're removing the interior partitions. We remove the sheetrock, then we remove the studs. After we remove the studs, we chip away at the structure floor by floor, and then we come down the building, and we have a staging area, which is where the pool area is, and that's where we can collect all the debris and haul it out. This site is very unique and very special. It has 2 points of entry and exit, as you know, on 20th Street as well as on Collins Avenue. So where the Cromwell sits on 20th Street, the pool area, that whole area towards the east, is where we'll be able to take the debris and haul it away.
And if I may add, where you saw that large staging area where the pool and the outdoor patios were, will allow the demolition activity, the loading, storing, et cetera, to take place on that site. And equally importantly, when they're in the construction phase, they will have a large on-site staging area, which will minimize any impact to surrounding properties.
And the contractor that we have, Coastal, they've done a few jobs in Miami Beach, as well as a demolition contractor has done jobs in Miami Beach, so they know the city, they know the building department, and we've had communications directly with the building department, with Anna and the rest of the people. Next image, please. So that's in blue is how we're showing how we are proposing to remove the building. Next image, please.
And there will be internal robotic machines inside.
Yes, and we will have monitors and so forth. Because obviously we want to not only protect the environment around us, we want to protect the Cromwell, the Shore Club, and the Grossman Addition. Next.
So that, if just you see, those two slides demonstrate how it literally is being demolished a floor at a time.
Yep. And that's what's good about it. We have the time to do it while the process is moving forward, so it helps. Next image, please. And then you can see how it comes down, and the Cromwell stands on its own accord to the left. You can see the Shore Club towards Collins Avenue. The townhouse is the vacant corner. Next image, please.
That's it.
That's it.
Yep.
But here you can clearly see the site and how big it is, and allows us to do the staging area to the east of the Cromwell.
Right. And that's our presentation. We thought you'd want to see how carefully and thoughtfully the demolition is being done, and to the point that Debbie made, how it will be a more lengthier process. We're not going to implode the building. We're not going to be using wrecking balls.
Right.
And therefore, to keep this project moving, and at the same time provide the minimal impact to the surrounding area by creating this large staging area there, it will accommodate both the demolition and the construction.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Board, any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, how long will it take to demolish or actually dismantle the building from top down?
We're looking at approximately 6 months in total.
Just in time to get your permits.
Amen.
Okay. Question?
I wanted to be able to understand what happens on 20th Street itself, because I have been through that and tried to help along, because that's a very congested place, to say the least. How does what you're doing at this phase, how does that work with the chaos that goes on 20th Street going
a couple
west?
Of points. I think, as we know, as we've seen through the prior hearings, the problems are caused by the property across the street, the Satai, the lack of loading, etc. But most important, first of all, before the demolition permit is issued, the building department will require us to have a maintenance of traffic plan and a maneuverability plan. All that is done by the building department in connection with the issuance of the permit, as it is on every single project. But to go beyond that and to give you some further insight and assurances, as you saw by the staging of this, by removing the pool area, the pool deck, the old cabanas, the colonnade that they had around the chipper field, you're creating this huge staging area on site. And I think those of you know who have seen a lot of construction on Miami Beach, a lot of projects don't have on-site staging, and they have to take over streets or adjacent properties. So we have the blessing here of, once the demolition is completed, of having this great staging area, and for the demolition and through the construction. So basically what I'm telling you is virtually everything is going to be occurring on site, and it will have no impact on 20th Street at all.
Good luck.
Thank you. We'll take it.
Okay, I think we have one last question at the end.
Yes, you do have a great staging area, but also there's a double row of palm trees that go from the street end to the beach, and I'm not sure how you're going to get from that staging area back onto 20th Street to get down and out.
That's a good point. We do have, if you recall, the loading area, which is the loading area to the east of the Cromwell. So we'll be using that as well to exit.
And there's enough room to get big trucks through there with.
Oh yeah, that's a multi-level. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Couldn't remember it.
Yeah, it's across the loading. It's across the loading alley of the Satai.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
All
sir.
right, moving right along. We'd like to. We already did disclosures, but we had that little downtime, so I'm going to ask for the public to step forward. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Ken Harrison Robbins, and I represent the Satai Resorts Residents Condominium Association, which also includes the hotel, the restaurant, the Joya Restaurant, as well as the Ocean Grill. We have some concerns, and we sent out a request for information, and I sent copies to the members of this board because we'd like to have these questions answered. Although we have opposed the project and our opposition to the project has not been withdrawn at this time, we still feel that these questions need to be answered before an approval is given. I'd ask for the presentation to be put on the screen. Okay, next page. As everybody knows, this issue is 20th Street, as Ms. Liebman already advised everybody. Would you, next page? Okay, here it is. This is 20th Street. Now, the access to the garage, which serves both the hotel, with approximately 170 units, as well as the Satai, which is about another 170 to 180 units, depends on how you count it, about 350 units, all goes through that entryway on the first entryway and into the garage area, which is immediately across the street from the area of demolition. And the residential entrance, as you can see, is right at the end of the circle. Now, that circle looks large, but you can't even turn a 20-foot truck in that area, just around the circle. You would have to back up and turn around. So that end point cannot really be functionally used for turning around trucks. Very often they'd have to do a 3-point or 4-point turn. So it's really not functional at the end. So the question is how are we going to deal with all the functions that are going to occur during the course of the demolition? And let's go to the next page. The issues that need to be addressed is how will traffic flow be handled on 20th Street during the demolition process? How will the trucks be entering and leaving the site managed along the 20th Street? Where will the construction trucks and dumpsters be deployed? Where will the construction workers park their vehicles? How will the construction dust and debris be controlled? And what work dates and hours are proposed for the planned demolition? These are all critical questions, and they have been posed. I sent these questions over to the city to let them know these are the questions I think that's appropriate to be answered as part of this process. And I've seen some answers occur here, but I have reviewed the applications. Nothing is in writing, and we know in the city of Miami Beach, lots of promises are made, but until it's reduced to writing, we don't know what really is going to happen. May I have another 30 seconds, please?
Another 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So next slide, please. So what we'd like in writing is a traffic management plan, employee parking plan, a construction management plan, and as important as anything else is somebody to talk to, a Shore Club designated liaison to coordinate 20th Street traffic with the Satai during the course of construction. When things happen, and we know no matter how good the plans are, there's going to be obstruction. If there's obstruction, emergency vehicles won't be able to get into the residences of Satai. If there's obstruction, our cars can't park. We have a hotel valet they won't be able to get through the area into the entryway. These are critical issues, and we'd like to have them addressed in writing in advance. And I'd ask for that to be a condition of any approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I look forward to all the answers.
Anyone else from the public? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Martin Scacera. I'm the Community Association Manager at the Satai. I represent all the unit owners there. And I'm just here to give a little bit of a reminder. 6 months ago we were here, and the project was approved after a straw vote and some horse trading. About 20 feet or 30 feet were removed off the back of the building. There were no drawings for that. We expect that staff will get those drawings. I'm just here today to say that, as far as we can tell, those drawings still haven't been provided. It's 6 months later. In the course of my day, I'm often asked by our residents, what's this new building going to look like? And I can't tell them. I don't have an answer. I know it was stepped back to some degree. I know there was a pledge to cut off the eastern end of it, but you don't just remove footage and not put it back somewhere else. So where's it going? Is it going on top? Is it going on the sides? Nobody knows. There's no drawing. And so now here we are today, putting another cart before the horse and saying we're going to tear down this tower, but we still don't have the drawings, let alone the building permit. So I just wanted to point that out to you. I don't know if you guys know that, but there are people who say, how is it possible the city can approve a project and not know what it looks like? So I asked you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from the public, perhaps on Zoom?
Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Seeing none?
Okay, we'll invite the applicant back.
Just a very brief response. I'm not going to address the complete obstructionist behavior of the Satai and its representatives with respect to our project, the preceding project, the Fasano, the Bulgari, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the litigation, et cetera. That's not actually for this board to consider. What's to consider is what's before you, which is merely the waiver. But the other thing that I would say as well is none of the items in Mr. Robbins' presentation, none, are appropriate conditions to have at this point in time. These are matters of the building department to consider when they issue the permits. And so therefore, we would ask not only that you pass this, but pass this with no conditions.
Thank you. Alex Witkoff with the project. So just want to mention a few statements. I live on the beach. We live here. We take this project very seriously. We've hired the foremost experts in every element of the project, including Robert M. Stern and Kobe Karp, including Coastal Construction, who, as you know, has successfully been involved with many projects, both on the beach and in Surfside, the Faina, the Addition, the Surf Club, as well as BG on the demolition. All these matters, we hear from the community. People are getting these projects approved and not doing anything with them. We're making the statement to the community in Miami Beach at large. We live here. We take our approval seriously. We want to honor our commitments. That's what our family's been doing for 40 years. So with that said, that's why we're applying for this waiver, to allow us to do it sooner and commit what we promised to the city, which is to complete this project. Secondly, many of the components of this actually allow us to diminish the traffic and the impact on the community. As Neeson pointed out, one large component is filling in the pools to provide an on-site staging area. What that does is it allows us to not do it on the street, which obviously would be enormously more impactful, and do it on the site. So everything we're doing in advance is actually largely mitigates and reduces the impact on the surrounding area. So just here to say we take this very seriously. We're here to move it forward, and that's why we put this before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board member comment.
Stuart? A question to Mr. Witkoff is, in other words, the trucks are going to only just drive down 20th Street onto their property?
We've done questions. Okay. We're going to do comments now.
Okay.
Stuart, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I had actually come back to me because I had a question.
Ray, do you have a comment? No?
Just I see nothing wrong with it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, here's my question for staff, actually. So if the waiver were not granted, they would
I'm sorry, I'm really trying to move this along. We've done questions to staff already.
No,
we're
but
doing
this is
we're doing
important for
board
me to-
comment.
Okay, but I don't understand one important fact that I don't think is before all of us to consider, is if they were to get a building permit first, would that have required them to have some assurances that they were going forward with the project, that there was funding in place, that there was certain personnel hired? Like, what would be the difference if they now put the demolition of this building before getting a building permit? Is it just a matter of timing, or would there have been assurances?
This happens all the time.
But does the building permit require that there are assurances that actually the project would be going forward? Because the only thing that I can see as a potential concern is they would get the demolition permit, they could get to demolish the building, but then they wouldn't be required to go forward with the project. And I'm wondering if a building permit would sort of give them a little more tie into going forward with the construction.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to respond? Sure. So, obtaining a building permit does not ensure the project's going to move forward, exactly. Number one. It is more of an investment. However, the requirement in the city code is not necessarily that they obtain the building permit. It's that the planning department approves the building permit before they can start the demolition. In this case, again, we don't allow this for contributing structures. In this case, it is an 8-month, according to the applicant's testimony, time delay. We heard from Michael Chavot earlier. We heard him unasked or provoked explain about the Raleigh, and that's moving forward. I can't tell you, it was probably at least 12 to 18 months when I had so many complaints and so many people from the neighborhood so concerned as to why construction hadn't started. And why was the delay, and why was it taking so long? Well, in the case of the Raleigh, they were not eligible to obtain a waiver because they were dealing with contributing buildings. And it took an extended amount of time where we didn't have any construction activity. So this is the reason why this applicant is coming before you, because they do want to move forward. It is going to be a significant investment for them to take down these buildings. I don't think they would be investing that if they were not moving forward with the project. They are not taking down any contributing structure, just the chipper field and then the small non-contributing buildings. And the chipper field is really the issue here, which is somewhat unique because it's such a massive building. Up until the recent code amendment, it was a non-conforming building in terms of its height. So it is a challenge, and it is a timing issue, which is why we are supporting it.
So my comment then is, I appreciate that they showed us exactly how they plan to bring it down, and I really don't understand why it's before this particular board a waiver of the timing of the demolition. I mean, we aren't demolition experts. We're here mostly reviewing compatibility and historic preservation. So as far as like the details of demolition, which I don't know if any of us have any expertise or training in demolition, I was wondering what with the timing, if that would have any practical effect on preservation concerns. I appreciate that they're dismantling it, so there's substantially lower risk of damaging the contributing buildings on the site. But as regarding the details requested by the SETI, that we would require a traffic management plan, an employee parking plan, construction management plan. It sounds like a great idea to me, but I think that's up to people with the right training and expert. I would think that the city already requires, when you're going to do a demolition, that you would have to have these sort of things in place. So for me, the board approved the demolition of the building previously, and the waiver doesn't have any standards like the variance where they have to fulfill any criteria. It seems like it's just up to our discretion. So if it helps move the project along, I support it, and I hope that the city does all of the things that they're required to do to protect the neighboring buildings, the contributing buildings, the traffic pattern, because construction can be, and demolition can be extremely disruptive.
Can I jump
please,
in?
Yep, go ahead, John.
I would just comment, kind of building on that I think if we want to kind of frame this in terms of the jurisdiction of this board, we can probably pretty much reliably say that the sooner the demolition takes place and the sooner the project is underway to reprogram and readdress the historic buildings, the better off they'll be, because we've seen what happens when over time historic buildings fall into disuse and can take a while. So I think anything we can do to kind of move this project forward will, from the perspective of historic preservation, serve the historic preservation of the board. So I would support the waiver as per the staff recommendation.
Thank you, John. Nancy, do you have any comments?
I have a lot of thoughts on the subject because I have been involved in it. Because one day I was trying to get there, and all of a sudden I got into this thing on 20th Street where you couldn't get through with a toothpick. It was so jammed up with everything in the area. And there's one and only, as far as I can remember, there was only one place that was creating any visual project there. It was the Satai. They had everything laid out all over. And when I went there, I was under the impression that there was a street where you could walk on it and do whatever you had to. So I kept following it. And it's been over a year now, and nothing has happened. So I would, on that basis, it's not my business, and I don't have to go to 20th Street for anything. But anybody who is in the area who has something to get finished, I don't know how it's ever going to happen, because 20th Street has to go over to 21st Street, or somehow you have to get over to 21st Street. If I'm just boring anybody with what I'm talking about, tell me. But I think it's a critical problem for whoever is dealing with this place. I have to call it a place. I don't even know what to call it. It's supposed to be a place that people live and go and shop. Not just total chaos. And I've been back there 3 or 4 times for other things, and it's still. So I know everybody's worried about when it's going to happen. I hope there's somebody here who has the strength to understand what is going on down there. You have to go down there and see it. See if you can get over to 21st Street. See if you can get out of whatever is going on there. I believe that when the place is, the places that are still there who are going to disappear, I guess that's going to help. But the beginning is going to be chaos. And I hope we have enough strength in this project, Neeson, that you can get through with this. I've never seen anything so out of place in a
Don't want to, since the chair, Ms. Liebman addressed me, I just would say, as you saw from the past presentations, the problems that are caused with, and this is not relevant to this issue, but the problems that you're talking about, traffic, loading, are all caused by the misuse of the Satai property. They don't use their loading properly. They have waiting cars all over the place. And
trucks
loading all over the place. Our project, when it is built, will have ample loading, ample parking, interior loading as well, and drop-offs. Will be a plus for the street.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Kirk?
So I supported this project when it came in front of us. I've supported it the other time it came in front of us. I'm supportive of this project moving forward. I understand the reason for this request. My only concern was to ensure that in approving this order that we're not compromising any oversight or protections that would be implicitly stated with the building permit for the contributing structures. And that's the reason why I asked, because it's not really implicit in the order. But other than that, I think, I look forward to the Copperfield. Is that what it's being called? The Chipperfield? The Chipperfield, value its contribution to our city and look forward to what happens on that site. And again, just eager to see the Shore Club and the Cromwell restored and brought to new life and most importantly, protected in the process. So I am supportive. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk. I appreciate the issues to be addressed that the public brought forth. I don't know if this is the place for them, but clearly neighbors should be kind to one another. And I would try kindness among neighbors to resolve things. I think the idea of having a liaison between neighbors is really good because there's definitely going to be hiccups and unforeseen events, and you want to communicate. This is the beginning of a long relationship, so I would encourage neighbors to be kind and open and talk to one another. Okay.
Good try.
I also support this project, and I hope that you guys can resolve these questions in a timely fashion. I think it's great that you're moving forward, and I wish you well. With that, I ask if any board member would like to make a motion.
Second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Liebman?
Yeah.
Mr. Reed? Yes. Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Liebman?
Again? Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our regular agenda. We do have one discussion item that I passed out some orders of the special magistrate. We had a hearing, Nick, do you remember? It was last week, I believe, for several properties, including 1940 Park Avenue, 2814 Collins Avenue, 3003 Collins Avenue, 3621 Collins Avenue, and 6979 Collins Avenue. All of these properties were issued a violation by the Code Compliance Department for the demolition by neglect procedures. These are all vacant properties. These are properties that are all contributing buildings and were of some concern in terms of the maintenance of them. What I passed out was the orders of the special magistrate on each of these hearings. One of the order conditions was that the board be notified, and we were happy to do so. I was present at all of the hearings, and I did testify, I believe, at all of them. And I don't know, it's late in the day, I know, and we could continue this matter, but I just wanted, but I'm also here to answer any questions or explain in greater detail if you wanted to discuss that, about the violations and about what the city's proactively trying to do.
Well, I do know one thing with 1940 Park Avenue, which is the Barclay. There's an RFP going out on that to look for ideas on what to do with the property. The city bought the property 15 years ago. It was supposed to be workforce housing. And that's hopefully what it'll still be, but with an RFP going out with the caveat that no hotel space can be built on that lot. So that's the last parcel in the Collins Park neighborhood that has no plan. So I'm thrilled that there is something moving forward on it. It will not be demolished. I can guarantee you that. The commission has already come forward and said, you know, we're going to restore this building as is, and we'll find a partner to work with. Just wanted to let you know that.
What was that location?
1940 Park Avenue.
It's an incredible building. It is a city-owned building, so yes, we did give ourselves a violation. We do hold ourselves to the same standards.
And it was deserved.
As private property owners, and there has been some concern about that building in terms of its condition and looking into the future, its structural stability and all of that. So, I think during that meeting, we did have property management present at the hearing in front of the special magistrate. They will be coming back to the special magistrate, which was ordered, I believe. Let me see that one. Which one is that? Is that the first one? So in 45 days, we will be back in front of the special magistrate to give her an update. I will be present at that hearing, as well as our property management team, to explain to the special magistrate the progress in terms of securing the building and making sure that it is well maintained and stable. Are they? I think they're open to the public.
Yes, they are. Yes. Mm-hmm.
The special magistrate meetings, sometimes they're on Zoom. I think we've been doing kind of both, in person and at Zoom. But if any of the board members or anyone from the public wishes to attend those hearings, you can contact me or contact the city clerk's office, who does the scheduling for the special magistrate. Well, if you read through the special orders, we do have one actually, pretty successful case, which is the 6979 Collins Avenue. And I think Mr. Lopez, you'll remember, this was a building that the building official was actually ready to issue a demolition order for. The city, I believe we hired a contractor because we didn't have really much help from the owner. The city had gone through the process of hiring a demolition contractor for this particular property. This is the Normandy Plaza. Since that time, planning, and I'm sure the building department, and in fact, I know the building department has been working with the property owner. The property owner hired an engineer. The structural work has been completed. The exterior work has been completed, including the introduction of new windows to secure the building. They still have an active permit for interior, modifications and significant interior upgrades, including the electrical work. But that's a success story. The special magistrate was very happy. They are still going to be coming back. I think she gave them 6 months to update on the interior improvements. But so, the point of this and why the city is being proactive is not to get these buildings demolished, right? It's called demolition by neglect. The point of this is to compel owners to comply with the minimum maintenance standards and make sure that their building is structurally sound. Yeah, each property so far has been issued a violation, and then they have a certain time to cure that violation, and then ultimately, if it's not cured, it goes through the special magistrate process, and the special magistrate issues the orders as to what needs to happen. Fines can also be levied on the property if the special magistrate is not satisfied with the progress of work being done. The city clerk is the department in the city that controls the calendar for the special magistrate. I believe do they have that posted on their website?
They're on the city's, through the city clerk's office. There's a page that says special magistrate, and it includes a list of pending cases and summaries of each case.
But certainly, you're also welcome to reach out to me if you are interested. I know. It makes me happy. You're welcome to reach out to me. These were just, I think, the first 5 cases, and part of these orders are also for the property owners to provide the board with quarterly updates. So we will be reaching out to the property owners and ask them to appear before this board. And then if that does not happen, then we can report back to the special magistrate that has not happened. Okay, so we're really trying to be proactive. We know it's a concern of the entire community. We're concerned about it, and we want you guys to be partners in this and be aware of everything that's going on. We do, and I will say this, and I've said this, and I know we've had some very difficult circumstances. And we lost the Deauville a few months ago. However, from my experience here, the vast majority of these situations do resolve themselves successfully. They resolve successfully. Almost, to an extremely high percentage, probably well over 90% of these types of properties do resolve, they do comply, and they do ultimately end up coming before this board. And that's the proper venue for a demolition request, right? The Historic Preservation Board, not the special magistrate and not the building official. And I think everyone in the city agrees with that. The building official is a really important partner in this, and she has also been participating in all of these hearings. The building official, Ana Salguero. And she testified as well in these cases, and she keeps the planning department informed, and in turn, we will keep you informed.
Great, thank you.
Okay, that's all I have today. If there's
I'll make
nothing
a motion
else,
to adjourn.
we can make a motion to adjourn. Have a very happy holiday season, everyone. We will see you next year, January 10th, 2023.